Good grief, Charlie Brown. I'll leave that in charge. Right, what's next? It's a keyboard. Good morning to you too. All right, Keith as well. How you doing, mate? Hopefully we're going to get a sound out of this old cow today. That's the plan anyway. Mind you, mice and men and all that, you know. But I'm pretty confident we'll get somewhere with this. First thing I want to do though is now I've got all the other chores out of the way. Take all this keyboard out. Check all the check, clean and service all of the aftertouch sensors and key contacts for timing, because you've got two contacts. You've got one which is the velocity and one which is the note on off, and they're set slightly apart from each other like this. And if one's too high, you don't get enough velocity. If it's too low, you get too much velocity. So they've got to be balanced, because the idea is they time the amount of time it takes this contact and this contact to meet. That length of time determines how much voltage goes through to the VCA. So if the time is very short, a lot more voltage, VCA is louder. Hit the key slower, you get a longer timing, it's dissipated more, only a little voltage. Really quite simple, but it's a bit intricate. Yeah, one of probably at the exact moment in time 5 CS80s that are here. This one's Steve Winwood. I couldn't probably rattle off what tracks it was on off the top of my head, but he still owns it and he wants to use it again. But it's not been on in quite a long time. In terms of my house stiff some of these screws are, I'd say a very long time. I don't think it's really ever been properly looked at since it was built. But this is where all CS80s come to be made better eventually. Right, let's do this bit now. Oh, yeah. God, always one. Always one. You. Right, let's give this another go. There. Nice and want to do is burr the head over on the screws. Okay, go down there. Right, now, contact covers. Careful not to damage the contacts themselves. Right then, black keys. So these black keys got a mark on them that he wants me to get rid of. Something ran down the side of the keyboard. So he's definitely after both cosmetic and sonic perfection from it. Right. You got to be really careful how you do these. There's these tiny little Y-shaped rubbers sitting here. And they're very easily lost because I like to stick to the key rather than stay in the holder. Come on here. Yep. Where'd you go? Come on. Ooh, come on, rubber, stay where you're supposed to be. This cable's never ever been apart. Some of it is fun, some of it is not so much fun. People tend to bring sense that, should we say, have seen better days, and that's putting it really mildly. And I want you to perform miracles on them. And some things just don't want to come back. Now something's been spilt on this, and it looks really unsavoury. I don't know what the hell that is. Looks like the Xenomorph shit from here, to be honest. Ugh. Don't know whether can you see that on the other cam? This stain here. It has yeah. It's not nice. Bloody hell. Stay. Yeah, it does. He doesn't want this one retolexed. He just wants it as clean and tidy as possible, and obviously working as like it was brand new. Both are very doable. He's not worried about how she looks on the outside. You see now, one of these rubbers, there you go. One of these rubbers has come out. It's a tiny, tiny little Y-shaped thing. And it's a bit of a pain in the arse to put them back in. So I have to open this right out and insert it back in. And the key rocks on this. So this is the pivot point for each key. There we go. This little rubber thing sits in, I don't know if you can see it, it's just a little rubber thing that sits in the bottom. But if you lose one, or you haven't got a replacement or whatever, and you put the key back in, it sits slightly lower than all the other keys. Because the keyboard is done to such a precision, it stands out more. I've seen a few 80s on TV where it clearly got some of their rubbers missing. And top C. There we go. Right, that's the keyboard out. And now, keyboard sensors. It's very grotty under here. I think it would be, wouldn't it? The turn yellow depends on what plastic it is. There are some keys where when they turn yellow, that's it. That's the end of it. You'd have to get another keyboard or just put up with it being yellow. Some keys will clean straight up, wash them in hot soapy water with a bit of, give it a bleach wipe down and then wash it in hot soapy water. Sometimes that brings it back. But where we've had synths coming with really, really weird specialist keys and the guys want them white again, we've actually before now had to go to the point of respraying each key white again. So it just depends on how much money they want to throw at it. But if it's some very rare, you know, expensive kind of synth, 9 times out of 10 I don't mind throwing the money at it. So. But bear in mind, some keyboards actually came with off-white, you know, yellowy keys as standard. That was the colour the keyboard was supposed to be. Tech friend of mine got caught out by that. He was trying to get the keys white, and I pointed out to him that actually they were, when they were brand new, they were keys with that colour. So. The customer wasn't happy because he wanted them white. They said, well, look, do you want it original or do you want it white? In the end, he went for original. So. Yeah, these are, yeah. These are going to be little bastards because they've never ever come out before. So this probably have to be done by hand. Oh, mate. No. They've never come out. Not anything special delivery. Where is it? Where's the special? Hope I'm not using it on the Mustang at the moment. This one might do it actually. So when you get the screw, it's incredibly tight, or up to a point seized in place. Try and give it a little tap first. These are really, really in. proper. We may have to resort to a different tactic. Look, I don't think they are. Well, if they're going to be a bugger now, I might move on to the rack, but I'd rather put the keyboard back together first. So I think yeah, much bigger hammer. Trouble is, if you hit them too hard, it breaks the bloody casing. I'm trying to think where. It's too delicate for an impact hammer, or an impact screwdriver rather. Let me think. Because what they've done is they've put that, you know, that like Loctite on the screws. But that would be 50 years ago. Well, 50 years ago next year. Because this is very, very early one. I think this is a 76, judging by the serial number. So Steve Winwood must have jumped on the bandwagon very early. Right. So we've got a lot of specialist tools split between here and doing the Mustang restoration. Let me check that here again. No, that's the wrong one. God damn it. There's one in here that's absolutely ideal for the job. It might be on yellow. Someone sees on yellow. Don't look like it. Here we go. There we go. Right, this one's the challenge. No. We'll get there, don't worry. Oh, come on, get out. Yeah, all the top ones are really bad. Get the bottom ones off first, don't we? Come on. Where did I put it? Right, it's getting to that point now where I can't find anything for looking. Where are you? You were here not long ago. I remember using you in anger. Where are you? Oh, for God's sake, where are you? have I put it now? Oh, it'll come to light at some point. Let's not worry about it in a moment. Right, here come the after touch sensors. Here we go. Yeah, they're a bit grotty. You did say something was spilt on it in some gig somewhere. It's lucky I can remember where everything goes. They don't cover this in any service manuals for these. Right. Okay. It does look like we're going to be able to take the sensors out for all the white keys, at least so far. You can go. Quite disengaged. That one. Rubber's fell out. It's actually encouraging. One, two, three. 4. 5 went for a walk. And then 1. Three fell out of this one. Two. And I've got spares of these just in case any of them were shite. Right. But we still haven't managed to get any of the black key sensors out yet. Oh, right, there's one screw. 2. Somebody went to town with the bloody Loctite on these ones. So we're all doing okay, yeah? All right, generally speaking. Bastard! No, 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 and thrice no. Oh, I know what might do it. Hang on. Let's see, have we got any specialist heads? No. Absolutely not. That's what a specialist head is somewhere. Let's have a look at the toolbox over here. Right, what have we got here that we can use? Here we go. Let's try some of these at once. Sometimes they can't trumps. Oh, that one looks good. I like that one. Alright, let's see what this does. Ugh. Ugh. Ah. Here we go, here we go. Oh, yep. Not that screw. Oh, Christ. Let's get all the ones that will come out dealt with first. And these 5. Oh, look at that. Fucking every single one of them will come out. Right. Now we're left with, see if we can give it some extra leverage. Oh. No, the screw's going to give up before it releases. I'm going to have no head. Oh, that one's all right. Yeah, that's come. All right, that's encouraging. Oh. So that was 3 that went, wasn't it? There's 1. 2. 3. These screws didn't need Loctite. They never did. Yamaha being overprotective. Right, 2 screws. I'm not wanting to respond. didn't hit it more than that. Ugh. Oh. Here we go, you wanker. And you. Right. And the last one. There we go. These sensors go into a into a bag. Throwing them around a bit now. That's to be processed in a minute. Go to the cleaning tank. Next. Christ, a shite on that. Oh yeah, one big swoop. Nice. Well, seems to have got rid of whatever that was on there. Right, is this ready? A lot of my job is housekeeping. Just need to put some bleach in the bogs and we're done. Right. Tissue. What have I done? What have I done with this issue? Hang on a minute. I've got to go and grab some tissue. Oh. Lovely. I need to go into the washer. Okay. Where did I put that? I don't put anything. Let that soak. Whatever the fuck that was. Hubble bubble toil and trouble part to say. And then we want this. Right. It's actually destroyed the. Oh, it's breaking away, whatever it is. Probably something a little more aggressive, I think, is required. Don't know what the hell that is. Really don't want to know, to be honest. Well, what do you think it was? Answers on a postcard. Whatever it was, it ate the anodizing surface off of the keyboard. Whatever it was. It's a bit. Hopefully it wasn't a disgruntled fan taking a revenge shit on the keyboard. There we go, let's get rid of it. However, more importantly, you can't leave these keyboards exposed to the atmosphere, which is a bit of a pain in the arse. Not that colour. That will do it fine. This is where being an ex-accident repair handbrake spray paint spray comes in handy. That'll do it. That's all it needs. Won't go mad. That'll do it a treat. He says it's going back in the studio anyway, so which it hasn't been in for a very long time. So I think she's been used in anger for about, this is something like about 20 years. So imagine the when we do fire her up, now that the power supply's done, all the CMOS logic under the keyboard's already done. So we've done what? Done about 900 quid in parts already. We haven't even turned it on yet. Let that dry off. Now these got to be washed. Shouldn't take long. I could probably do it down here, actually. So dragging it all up to the. I think now. Yeah, that's so far. You still have to do all the CMOS logic that's in the rack. That just gets replaced, because when CMOS logic gets to about 50 years old, just get rid of it. Capacitors have got to be done in the rack. They've been done down there. Power supply's rebuilt. We're working on the keyboard now. Then any custom IG00 chips that have gone, so any VCOs, VCFs, VCAs, envelope generators, they're all custom ICs, Yamaha custom ICs. Any of them are gone. I've got them in stock, but they're not cheap to come by. This is why you probably see CS80s going for about 54k now. I mean, some people ask more, but you know, fucking deluding themselves more than anything else. Yeah, I know. I noticed that as well. It's mad, isn't it? I wish it was dark and vibrant like Fiona's is, but it's not. Every time when my hair gets dyed, it looks like, you know, somebody just smeared icing on my head. Do I do them down here? I really don't know. Hang on, let's ponder for a moment. Let me think. I don't think we need to grease the backs. They look absolutely fine. They are absolutely fine. The rubbers are here. They're all intact and complete. Okay. These have been cleaned. They're cleaned. This is clean. I have to do the key contacts in a minute. But they don't need it. I'm looking at them. They look actually... The people that have been playing this haven't been wankers. The key contacts are in absolutely excellent condition. It happens, just not very often. So all they need is just a quick swipe of WD-40 and they will be fine. So it's just these, as far as the keyboard's concerned, which is good. We like that. So I think then. All right, I'm going to give these a quick clean out. Not too bad, but I will get them done nonetheless. So make a coffee, clean these, and they'll come back and then we'll put it all back together. So while I'm gone, talk to amongst yourselves. I'll be back about 4, maybe 5 minutes, yeah? There you go. Okie dokie. Okay. I think go down there. Oh, that's lovely and clean. Now, normally, I'd be tempted to put these in the sonic cleaner, but they're not bad at all. So, agitation in fairy liquid will do this. Yeah, spiffingly clean. Brilliant. Well, that takes an hour off. Come on. No. That's cool. I'm trying to run away. I thought Robbie might have shown up by now, but these are 2 9 series. Hang on a minute. That's a 17. Okay. Interesting. Right. Where's the oh God, I can't find anything for looking today. I really can't. Still haven't done the keys yet. Just run it back first, I think. Alright, I think before I get heavily involved in this, I'm going to go and have a quick pee. Okay. Now these go in a certain way. I've had 80s come to me where I said, oh, the aftertouch doesn't work on every single key. And they go, oh, they think there's something seriously wrong with it. This has never worked, blah, 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 and all this. And I go, yeah, okay, I'll check her out. But what I always do first is pull a couple of keys up and have a look and see if they put the rubbers in the right way. Because the black keys facing you, all the rubbers, I don't know if you can see this, face that way along the top. So all the black keys point towards the power switch and all the white keys are in the opposite direction. And they have to be done like that. Otherwise, they don't work. And of course, they've got them in either back and front or all pointing the same way, or all higgledy-piggledy, thinking that they're that shape, being that particular shape. Doesn't matter. It doesn't play a part in anything. Was that the case? Why did they bother making them that weird shape? Make them even would be much easier, wouldn't it? So no accounting for inexperience. Right. These first few. They don't need to be done up as tight as they were. That was just fucking stupid. But doing this process almost 99.9% guarantees that when you turn the girl on, bar any possible electronic faults, but that's why I do the CAS board and the TKC board first before I do anything. It should all work perfectly. And then this pulling all the keyboard apart thing. Yeah. At least that's the idea. I must admit though, during this part of the restoration, I do have to keep the huskies out there. Especially when they're shedding their winter coats for their summer one. This is not the place to get husky in. It's going everywhere except where the hole is. Yeah. more operative. The top row's done. Still, judging by the magnetic tray, there's an awful lot of screws to put back in. Got a screw that wants to be a pain in the ass. Not winding in as smoothly as one would like. Right, one of these is slightly longer than the other. There he is. That's the bottom one. Now, these go on a particular way. Let's check first. Nope. Try it up the other way. Yeah, that way. So that means it goes this way. It's in relatively good condition, from what I can tell, compared to some of the dogs I've seen in the past. One of them being that one there. That's quite near the top of the worst condition CS80 to come in. And that one's nearly done. It does still have one horrible issue that I need to get sorted. My intention was to get this one done and then use this as a benchmark to figure out what the problem is on that one. I could use the one up in the studio, but they're so far apart, I'd be walking up and down the stairs 100 times. That would be worth it. Much better to have one right next door to it. Oh, one's gone for a walk. I'll come back to you. Right. Where's the one that went for a walk? Let me put this on. Look for it. It's always difficult to fit. They try to fall out when you tip them over. There we go. It's not quite in there, is it? There we go. Right. Let's get these screwed down before it's too late. 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm really careful with these because they're so easy to cross through. Which I wonder whether that was what was wrong with them the first time around, trying to get them out. I can't see them being cross-threaded at the factory. It normally doesn't happen. quality control at Yamaha's, definitely in the 70s, was off the bloody charts. When you consider that an 80 costs about the same as a 3-bedroom house, I wonder the quality would be as best as possible. Gonna have to go hunting for that rubber. Just my luck, it's exactly the same colour as the floor. Got it. 1, 2, 3. A few more to go now. Well, minus the one that's gone for a walk. You have to think it out in your head first. Okay. So now you absolutely have to find the one that went for a walk. Couldn't have gone that far, surely. Ah, hang on. What was that? Oh, don't make me have to lift it, you bastards. Yep, it's going to make me have to lift it. There it is. Got it. And the last one. Okay. Right. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's all the sensors back in. Tell you what gets to your back. Something rotten. Right, now, I think one more coat will do that. If I can remember where I put the bloody stuff. Where did I put it? I might have to have a stop to do a bit of a tidy up, because when it comes to every other thing that you're looking for or go to use, you can't find straight away. It's time to have a tidy up. Oh, it's up there, isn't it? Or remember where you put it. Which comes first? That's the wrong stuff. That's not it. That's bone cleaner. Anyway, it's nice and clean now. Nobody saw it here first, folks. That's the giveaway. I don't even want to know what that was. Right. Let's have a look and see what we got. Yeah, general consensus is they're just. How do we move this? So look, do a test. Come on, do your work. I might get my assistant to do these. Look at that. Swing. Clean as always. Nice. Weirdly, the thing that separates the CS80 keyboard from most other keyboards in the world, apart from grand pianos and shit, is that the white keys go on first, blacks go afterwards. My synth keyboard, you put the black keys on first. See, we don't need these on at the moment. I think I should get Fiona to clean these keys for me. That time she earned her keep. Because while she's doing them, I could get on, with some other bits. The thing is, can I? No, actually, the keys have to be done before I can get on with anything. So, probably doing myself. I'm going to do them in the kitchen sink now, which will piss her off now. I've done them in the shower before now. They were really good. Done in the shower. But the lady of the house wasn't particularly impressed with me, restoring the keyboard of a 50-year-old synth in a shower. But hey, I bought the shower and fitted it, come to think of it. It's one of those cubicle ones. She wanted a flash one, because I've got a flash one. My God, is it flash? Got LED lights in it, a radio, a seat, you name it. Does mean though that the one little pleasure that I did have that I really miss now is having a bath. You know, when you fill it right up with hot water, put all the foam and smellies in it, and just sit in it. I had been known to get into the bath one Sunday morning. And it was so nice. I stayed there all day. I just kept emptying the water out and putting more rot in. I think it was about 7:15 before I got out of it. Mind you, it wasn't a wasted day because not only was I massively relaxed when I got out, I don't think I've ever felt so relaxed in years. But also, that's when I started having that idea about the Anaglyph sense. I was sitting there thinking about it, building the idea up in my head. So I got into the bath that morning, pretty average sort of day. End of the day, I figured out a way to bankrupt myself for the next 8 years. Maybe I should have just taken a shower. Still, if you're going to do something stupid, make sure it's something really, 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 really stupid that other people notice as well. That way it's worth it. That is lovely. Just another few to add. 60, I think. I was going to see if I'm going to have to cut this mark out, because apparently something has run down the keyboard and gouged all of the black keys. Now he used the word gouged. I've looked at them. I'm using the word scratched, marked at best. Some of the keys are marked. Some of them might be a little deeper. I don't know. But I'm hoping that I could bunch them all up together, and then with the big hand polisher, cut the scratches out. Or maybe I'll start with some compound actually first before I go to cut. I do have other CS80 keys. when I say other 80 keys, I mean like 2 keyboards worth of CS80 keys in stock. But I'm not too sure about the condition. So seeing that these keys are, you know, the black keys in this are all very, very good condition, apart from this mark, might be better to just treat them rather than try and replace them. Could be opening a whole new can of worms there, otherwise. I'll tell you what, if it gets any darker in here, we're going to turn the light on. It's getting ridiculous. I know I don't look it on the camera, but here it's like, it's pretty dark. So, my God, I've been doing this for what, hour and a half? Me just waffling on by myself here. Got nobody coming in. What's going on, guys? Is there an unpleasant smell or something? What's going on? I did put the link up, didn't I? Let's have a look. Yeah, I did. Yeah. It's weird watching myself. I'm not going back on YouTube again. I'm going to do the editing. Yeah, exactly. Where is the rest of the gang? There's normally 3 or 4 people here by now, all nattering away, helping me get through my day. Instead, here I am staring up the garden, reminiscing about things that happened maybe 12 years ago. What's going on? Oh, wait a minute, no. I know a good reason why Fiona can do the keys, because while she's doing the keys, I can tidy up this fucking shithole where I can't find anything. And that is the 2 birds, 1 stone scenario that I was looking for. I'll ask her politely, obviously, but she's still fucking doing it. Because that's her thing. That's what she does. She takes care of keyboards. She loves rebushing the Pratt Reed ones. Because we had a Mini come in a couple of months ago. And she goes, oh, does the keyboard need doing? I mean, no, it doesn't. She went, oh. So, I'll ask her anyway, see if she fancies doing that. If she does, then I'll tidy up a bit. And it'll just make all the next bit of the process go by quicker and more efficiently. Which I think will be turn it on, see if we can find any faults on any of the voice cards or something wrong with the aftertouch sensing or whatever. And then there's some CMOS logic to replace and some op amps, 200 op amps. And then it'll be calibrating, as long as everything goes well, calibrating, which in itself takes a while. Then tuning, and then just playing it, let it bed in, and clean up the outside of it more. But that's an afterthought, really, more than anything else. I hope the bloody ribbon controller works on this. And then we can see. I'd like to have it finished by tomorrow afternoon if I could. Oh, hello, there's an encouraging sound. Finally.
It's only because I'm looking at you thinking, fuck, you look lonely.
No fuckers shown up at all.
Nobody. Oh,
The
fuckers.
guys are in the chat, sure, but oh, by the way, a certain Kensington trackball arrived yesterday morning.
Oh, and?
Yeah,
Good.
thank you.
Good.
Excellent advice.
I ended up. So you told. I remember I said I ordered one at the same time.
Mm.
I realised straight after I'd ordered it that I'd ordered the wrong one. So I've ordered the whatever it was, the slim blade one, whatever it was. So I've now got a big one and a thin one. So I've got two of them.
Yeah,
So, but they're great, aren't they?
Big fat thing. Yeah. Oh no, it's lovely. Love the action.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. It'll take a little while to
honestly,
work out the rest of it and everything, but
yeah.
it's
You'll be flying around with it.
That fucking little trackpad thing.
Yeah. Good. Well, I took
delivery on to getting my Slate Raven sorted out as well.
Yeah. I picked up the new car yesterday.
Oh yeah, what you got?
To add to the collection, I told you I got a little Renault 5, one of the new.
Renault 5, yeah.
I'm not having you on. It is.
It's really, really good.
Oh, it's fucking brilliant. I mean,
yeah.
It is. I mean, when we picked it up, we literally just went, it's just like a little roller skate. And that's exactly how it drives. It drives like a. Oh, honestly, it is absolutely amazing.
Oh,
and the tech on it is just scary.
I assume this is electric, is it, Tom?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's cool. I mean, I haven't seen one on the road yet.
No, I've seen them in pictures. Yeah.
Yeah, but oh my god, in the flesh, it's just awesome. And the tech, as I said, the tech in it is just. Bearing in mind how small it is, it's minute. Mm-hmm. It's got like self-parking. It's got. It's just ridiculous. And drives really. I mean, basically, as long as you keep it in sports mode, obviously, it just drives like a dream. It's absolutely. I'm blown away by it. I really am. I'm not saying I wasn't expecting a lot, but it was just. I just wanted a little electric thing that was literally just a little run around. That's all.
Yeah, perfect.
And
what sort of range do you get out of that then?
Well, officially I think it's 250, but I mean realistically it's 200. But it's not going to be going any further than just
bombing around doing the shopping. Perfect.
That's exactly what it's going to be. But honestly, I'm absolutely blown away by it. Cool. So yeah, so that's good.
What neck of the woods is it price wise?
Say again? What did you say?
What sort of neck of the woods is it price wise?
Oh, well, I got the whatever it was, the fancy one, so it's 31. I think 30, 31. But it's honestly for what it is, it is. Yeah, it's really shocked me because I was just thinking it was it wasn't going to replace anything, but I'm now sitting looking at like the TT and going, well, there's not a huge amount of reason to keep the TT anymore because it's but yeah, it's a
hello, Keith and Watson.
Hello. Oh fuck! Everyone's showing up now.
Yeah,
here I am.
Crack, mate. Fucking whole swathe.
That's what it is.
Now.
Sorry, Ty, I missed. What car was it you got?
Oh, it's a Renault 5, one of the new electric Renault 5s, little one.
Oh right, okay.
Little roller skate.
Yeah, I think like everyone else, I haven't seen one yet.
No, I'll tell you what. If go and look at the reviews, I've never seen. It's just won. I mean, European Car of the Year or something. But you go look at the reviews. I've never seen a car that's got 100% positive reviews. I haven't. Every time you look at the reviews, there's always someone turning around and going, well, yeah, it's all hype, and every single review basically just says it's fucking brilliant for what it is, and it looks fantastic. But it's. I mean, the review that I really liked was, and I've actually seen this a couple of times. Reviewers basically saying I have no reason to want this car. I don't need this car. And yet they turn around and go, but I really want it. It's that kind of thing. It's just so cute.
Yeah, cool.
So, yeah.
Well,
And
at
although,
least you
you know,
didn't.
it's not the fastest car in the world by any stretch, but like the 0 to 30 is, you know, there's no, you don't have to worry about torque, obviously. And it's just,
Yeah.
it's absolutely brilliant. So pleased with it.
Brilliant. So how's the downtime then, Ty?
Well, you say downtime. I mean, right at this moment, I'm doing these Ultravox remixes,
No, okay.
which are, they're good. They are good. I've just finished another one. I've just finished a 12-inch of Reap the Wild Wind.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and I kind of finished that one just, so I'm now back onto Midge's album. So downtime, look, it's his downtime because there's no
it's
pressure.
doing something different, which is nice.
It's not only that, there's no pressure. If I wake up in the morning and don't want to do it, I don't do it.
Sure.
You know, all this is stuff that I can do in my own time at my own pace. And but yeah, the pieces of paper are still fucking everywhere with me trying to figure out what goes where.
Yeah, we're interested to see how you get on with that.
Oh, don't. Honestly. The thing is, the easy thing to do would be to do kind of like Robbie's done, which is essentially just have racks and just put it in racks, and then when you want to use
that's what I've
stuff,
done here. Yeah.
but that completely defeats the object of
You want to be able to play each one.
I literally want everything plumbed in.
Yeah.
And it's, as I was saying to Kent the other day, the problem is with that, it's realistically, it's all going into a 32-channel valve desk. So you're there going, how do you do that? Do you do it with patch bays? Do you do it with submixers?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I looked at, have you seen the Flock Audio patch bays? So I would need 2 of the big ones of those. So they're 10 grand each, and I'd need 2 of those to plumb it all in. And you sit there going, 20 grand just for patch bays. Is just ridiculous.
There
it's
are
just
other
absolutely
ways, but
stupid.
like I say.
So
But are you looking to keep the audio quality?
yeah,
You know, are you just paying to keep the audio quality rather than just going through boxes and boxes and losing some here and there?
Absolutely, you're absolutely right, because the moment that submixes enter the equation, so that's going to be each instrument going into a submixer going into a interface going into the valve desk. Every one of those. So, yeah.
Lose 20k. I mean, spend 20k or lose your audio.
Yeah, I know. That's basically it. And even that, I mean, that's just the start. That 20k is just the start. I mean, you know how much these racks are. And there's, I think,
we're going to go for Jaspers, are you?
Yeah, so there's 13 Jaspers needed. And even that can't get everything on, but it'll get enough in.
Don't forget you got an E2 to fit in there as well, which is
don't worry, the E2's on the list.
That's all right.
Oh God, don't worry about that. No, the E2's in there. On a obviously, because that's on the supported stand, because you have to have the ones with the double things, and it's at the bottom. So it's just never ending. That's all. I'm kind of, you know, who was I talking to the other day about it? And the first week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, it's actually enjoyable, and then it just becomes just a fucking pain in the arse. It really is.
Did you get
Because I just want
SMPTE thing?
Say that again. Sorry, Ken.
Did you get round that SMPTE thing?
The Sympty thing. Oh, what with the Ultravox?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, because on one of the I did. On one of the tracks I was working on. One of the tracks I was working on. It was one of the ones that was one of the tracks that was produced by George Martin.
Okay.
And George Martin basically just kept everything. I mean, literally. And so they were just slaves, but all with Sympty code, but with no reference points, no offsets. They were all offset, but no one told me what no one knew what the offsets are. So, Oh, I was just yeah, doing lots of experiments. It took about 3 days to find out just what was meant to go where, and even now, so I finished. Do you remember? Do you remember the track "Serenade" from
Yeah,
Quartet?
yeah, from court. Yeah.
And even with that, there's parts that are actually on. So they're basically, I'm doing a kind of single mix that never was of that, and there's parts on the album that even though George Martin kept everything, this particular keyboard part isn't there. On all the slaves, it's nowhere to be seen. So
You're adding that then.
well, I'm not. I'm actually thinking. Do you know what? Sod it.
Yeah.
I'm kind of doing my own version, so I'm there
Right.
going, does it need it? And anyway, it's sounding okay. It's working.
Cool.
But anyway, yeah.
If you were wondering why CS80's heavy, look no further than the fucking keys. Bloody hell.
What's the matter? What are you moaning at? Oh, the weight of the keys. Yeah. Anyone would think they were made of wood?
No, they're heavier than that. Because they got all the big counterweights on the end as well. Yeah. Bloody things. Still, there you go. Right, the owner's got the job of washing them.
Cool.
So, I'll take them up to her. That'll please her no end.
Have you decided when you're coming down to Kent's yet, Ty, so we can liaise?
No, it's. I was speaking to him the other day about it.
The umpteenth of whenever.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Well, that's the 12th of never then. And that's
no,
a long
it's
time.
Gonna be, no. It's going to be. It's either going to be July or August. There's lots of factors, family reasons and whatever. That it's going to be sometime. Yeah, basically. And
if you could do a Monday or Tuesday.
Well, he's going to be there for the week, aren't you?
Well, I'm going to be there. Yeah, I mean, the plan is to drop it down go down on a Monday. Get everything out, leave it, go through everything to decide what needs to be done, and then the plan is either I drop it off, then come back and then go back down later in the week, or stay down all week and just grab a hotel around the corner and just keep going around to Kent's every day and annoying him. Because he knows what I'm like, with me turning around and going, don't put it there, don't lean against the wall, watch the wood, don't scratch that, because I'm just an arsehole like that.
Cool. Probably 10 times more now, because you'd be just looking at Lily going,
yeah. Oh, I know.
No.
Joke.
You don't come actually.
Yeah. You see, that's the thing. I know that's it's so funny because I don't have OCD in any other area at all. But when it comes to gear, it's literally, oh fucking hell! It's got to literally be like it's just come out of the box. Otherwise, I'm not a happy bunny.
Cool.
So anyway.
Have you got our Dawlish date in your diary? I know it's the day after your birthday.
I know. I'm still talking about this with Robbie. Gave me a call as well about it. But I will. I mean, I'll try and movement. Yeah, I will absolutely try and make it happen. It's just
even if you come along,
I mean, I'll definitely one way or another. I'll definitely come along. That's not. That's. It just depends what.
It was funny. I approached, obviously being down there quite a lot now. I approached Dawlish Council, and they were like, "Oh, well, once I've explained to them what a synthesizer was, and they're all for it. Oh, this is fantastic! It's just what we need, and it's great. It's going to be good, I think, because they're so back in 1985 down there anyway.
Yeah,
they got chumps to ride in the bloody.
Exactly. I've heard these things. They've just been invented.
I know.
There's this new model I've heard about called the DX7.
Yeah.
Well, I think also, Ty, they might have got electric car charging down there as well. You should just nip down there.
Don't be ridiculous.
Come on the train, mate.
Yeah. You're just talking fantasy stuff now.
You are now. Yeah. But it's good fun.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be coming in that because I wouldn't be getting a lot in that. That's
that's very true.
Don't they tow trailers?
I can tell you that without even looking in the manual. No.
And if they did, you'd probably halve your mileage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Christ. Yeah.
I don't know.
No, it's it's a nice little thing. I'm so chuffed.
Good.
It's actually quite funny because I don't get excited by this kind of. I don't get excited by things. We were talking about this yesterday. Actually, is the fact that when you have to work your bollocks off to get things and
Yeah.
afford things.
Yeah.
They're really. I mean, I've said this for years. They're really special. They really mean something. They're really. They mean a lot. Oh fuck! I've just got to answer this call and I'll come back.
Okay.
I'll see you in a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Yep.
Bye.
You all right then, Keith?
Yep. Good here. Yeah. Another day off. Back to
Another
work
day
tomorrow.
off? Yeah. I could do
Well,
one
back
of
to
those.
work tomorrow for the week. So, yeah.
Oh, you do Wednesday to Friday, do you? Fair enough.
Yeah. I had to do yesterday to cover staff holiday, but other than
Right.
that, it's 3 days until the end of November, and then I knock it on the head. I'd just crawl off to the government and ask for them for my pension.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully
Well,
they.
cap in hand, off the lock.
Well, probably
Well,
have to, won't I?
You can't retire until
Yeah.
you're at least 80.
Only sounds like it sometimes, doesn't it? What's the famous Steve Winwood track anyway?
Valerie, awful. I hate it. Absolutely. I did not appreciate his solo stuff. I absolutely love the Spencer Davis and Traffic, or which this wouldn't be on the CS80 because it's mainly on the Hammond
Yeah.
and things. So I'm not really familiar with his 80s stuff other than Valerie and another one. Have a quick.
Because
What's
normally
it?
what I try to do, I see if I can find which track he may have used this on, and then I try to recreate it and see if it sounds like he did on the record.
Well, you'd be signing a record contract if you'd done that.
No, that's true. But it's a good way of just gauging whether the whole restoration has gone the way it should go. Oh, me. I've given her all the keys, except that one. Oops. No, I'll tell you what, it's just one key. I'll clean it down here.
Oh, Higher Love was about the other one I recognise of his 80s hits.
Yeah.
But again, Higher 86. About 86, 87, Higher Love. So, for me, you take someone else with CS80 years to say, oh, that's got a CS80 on it. Like, I'm sorry in the chat, I can't read chat because every time I go on a mobile thing, it takes the chat away, I think. Well, I certainly can't see it, so.
Well, it was certainly easier with the GS1 because all I had to do was play the opening part of Africa, and there it was. That was still a weird moment, I must admit.
Yeah, I bet I can imagine.
Well, no, it's because I think Robbie was with me, and I'm playing the chords to Africa on it using the preset that he used.
Right.
And he goes, yeah, that does sound like Africa. And he went, oh, hang on a minute. He goes, yeah, it's Mark Knopfler's, but he bought it from Steve Porcaro. This is
Oh, so you're playing on
the actual GS1 he used to play it.
Wow.
And it was like, sort of like,
that's a bit of a moment then.
It was like, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
That was freaky. I'd love to know how much he paid him for it.
Yeah.
Because I can guarantee you, mate, the day it went out this door, it was worth 50,000 more than it was when it came in.
Yeah, I bet.
Because when it came in, it was just, if you turn it on, it go, what? Push keys and go, oh, okay. What about the polyphonic aftertouch? Okay. Still like to get paid for it, though.
Well, yeah, that does help, doesn't it? It's all right doing it for love, mate, but yeah.
Well, that restoration took 14 months. On and off, but over a 14-month period.
Yeah.
And had a considerable amount of money spent on it as well. So it owed me about, I think, 17.
Yeah.
Which I could do with now.
Well, quite. Yeah, that would sort you out for a bit, wouldn't it? Keep you in tea bags.
I made so much money from so many different places. It was. There's me buying a trackball yesterday. Going, oh, I hope I can afford this. I better check my account.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. Something's fundamentally wrong. I think it's me. Oh, bring keys back in.
Yeah.
There you go, sir.
Oh, I tried to put the chat up on the screen and obviously knocked myself out. So
You did, didn't you?
What a crap system this.
On yourself.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, oh yeah, I was happily reading the chat. Suddenly realised I was missing in action, but there we go.
Right, now we're getting a little bit more.
Okay, I'm back.
He's back in the room.
What was I saying? Probably some shit. No, I'll tell you what it was. I was saying that when you have to save up and work hard and all that kind of shit to get stuff, it has a different level of meaning, and you absolutely appreciate it more, and it just means a lot more, and which is great, but unfortunately, what a wanky thing to say, because I'm in a really fortunate position. It means I don't get excited by things.
These things mean nothing to you.
Yeah, don't start with that joke. Yeah, no, but do you know? So I'm not saying they don't, but I don't get excited.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah,
do you know what I mean? It's
yeah.
You know, when gear arrives, I remember the day. We all remember the day when every piece of gear arrived. It was literally like fucking.
And it was
all
the main thing you used. Exactly.
And it was all your Christmases came at once, and you would spend days and days and days just living with it.
You knew it inside out too.
Absolutely.
I didn't sleep for 3 days when I finally got my Mirage.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd spent a year waiting, trying to get it. Yeah.
I remember when I got my DSS. I remember when I got my DSS1. Fucking hell! I mean, I absolutely slept with it. It was just, it was never left my side. And it's the same with cars. I remember when, you know, I couldn't afford fucking anything, and so any car, my first car, and you know, it was just like, the excitement was amazing. That's completely gone. So we were laughing yesterday because, you know, people just turned and went, "Are you excited?" And then just looked at me and went, "It's you. Of course you're not fucking excited." and I can honestly say, yesterday when they pulled the cover off that little roller skate, I suddenly went, "Fuck! This is so gorgeous!" And I got more excited getting that than I did when I've picked up the really silly cars, the really, you know, stupid cars. I got more excited yesterday with this little white bit of shit than picking up the Ferrari, to be fair. But it's great.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Is it actually badged as a Renault, or is it an Alpine?
No, it's a Renault. Fuck off, Matt, you attention grabbing fucking shitting wanker. The things you do, the things.
I think you took that literally. Hey,
The things you do to get attention.
Fuck yeah, right. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Next time, just get your cock out. It's easier.
No.
Yeah.
No,
do
even
it
the
sideways.
missus isn't impressed by that.
That's the
how
wrong
you
sort
doing,
of
Matt?
attention.
I'm good. I'm on the mend.
Yeah,
We'll get there.
good.
Just fucking wasn't very nice last week. That's all. So,
No,
no, I can imagine.
absolutely not. I can't even begin to
I can
imagine.
imagine.
Yeah,
everyone well?
Yep.
better than you.
Yeah.
Oh, where's the truth?
Can't. Don't make me laugh.
I could complain that I have a slight headache, if that helps.
This was more than a slight headache.
No. Feel for you, mate. That's, I mean, it's, yeah.
It's what it is.
Yeah, but
Well,
it's
at least
like
it's
when
out
you,
now.
yeah, exactly. It's, I'll be honest with you, Matt. I mean, your name came up whatever show it was when everyone was saying, I think the problem is that you've not had a great run over the last 12 months, 18 months. Do you know what I mean?
No.
It's kind of, sometimes it's just like, for fuck's sake, give him a rest.
Yeah.
Give him a break. But
Well, look, if it's happening to me, it's not happening to somebody else, is it? So there is
fuck that approach. No, fuck him. Let someone else have it. You don't need it all the time.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's a very beautiful and righteous way of looking at it, but it's total wank. You don't have to be selfless all the time.
Well,
So, well, look, you just look after yourself and get better.
I'm good. The missus is looking after me fine, so we're
Yeah,
doing
that's good.
Got to get fit for Duran, mate. Soon, 3rd of bloody July.
I know. I was worried about that.
Yeah, I bet you were more worried about that than.
Well, that's been my fucking driving force in getting out. Was shit. It's 3rd of June, isn't it? 3rd of July.
Thursday, yeah, 3rd of July, yeah.
Oh, wait, is this?
Oh, you got bags time then.
Where are they playing?
Dawlish. Well, not quite. It's the castle.
Isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah, Powdram Castle. Yeah.
That and Sheik are playing, aren't they?
And
So
of course, Rich will be there.
Oh yeah, I'm going to try and get to, because Sheik are playing Blenheim Palace, and we're there the night before. I'm going to see if Rich can get us in. He got us in last time too. Got us on stage at the end.
Yeah.
So that would be fun. So
It's got to be done, isn't it?
yeah, no, I might do that, but I won't tell you then that the last time. So we saw Duran on the last tour. We saw them at, oh God, where was it? NIA, I think, in Birmingham.
Right.
And I'll be honest with you, don't listen to this, Matt. They were a bit shit.
they were shit the last time I saw them.
Yeah.
They actually, I was on
were-
that tour as well, but
The sound was awful.
Yeah.
The sound was. The band was bad.
The sound was bad, but I tell you what it was for me, and I don't know, I can't remember the name of the guitarist, but it honestly sounded to me like the guitarist had basically just got a new distortion pedal. That's what it sounded like. And it was just like, wow, I've got this new pedal, I'm just going to use it whether it's appropriate or not, fuck that, I've got a new pedal. And that's exactly what it sounded like. It was piss poor. But, and, hey, don't get offended, Pete.
That's all right.
It was. What did you sell him the pedal? Yeah, it was just. Yeah, it wasn't great, and also the fact that, again, I have to say it. I was just fed up watching Nick Rhodes pretend he was playing shit. That's
Blinky
the other
Blonky.
thing. I can't cope with it. If you're just miming, then just fuck off. Just don't play anything. Don't pretend you're playing stuff. I can't cope with that. And where we were, the problem was that the seats that we were literally looking straight over, so I could see everything he was doing, or more to the point, not doing, and it was just like, oh,
right.
yeah. So that kind of shit just annoys me.
So have they
But
got
I had a
any?
chat with Mark about that because he used to be his kid, didn't he?
Yeah. Oh, did he? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So have they got,
He's got
have they got any hidden band, or is it all on tape? as such.
I think it's tape. I think
Tape, okay.
it's all tape and sequenced.
Hmm.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on a sec.
How's your 80 doing, Ty? Oh, wait a minute.
My what?
Find out, wouldn't you?
What, my 80?
Yeah.
The last time I switched it on was about 3 weeks ago, and
Really?
it was fine. Yeah, there's still that one thing on one of the notes that has never quite been right, but that might come down with this lot.
Thing?
Do you remember the velocity? There's two things. The one of the, I think it was an E. It basically, the velocity wasn't linear, so you'd be playing it, and as you're increasing the velocity, it'd suddenly spike. There'd suddenly be one note that would suddenly jump out as being louder velocity out of nowhere. So it wasn't linear. There was humps in it. There was that, and also the chorus is distorting. But other than that, it's still in tune. It's just those things, and they've never quite been right. But I just need to bring it down to you to have a fettle with. But I don't think I'm gonna bring that down with this lot. I think that'll just be one day I'll just bring that down by itself.
Yeah. It's that kind of machine.
Yeah, but it's still gorgeous and still beautiful.
Good.
So yeah, all good on that front.
I'm still holding out on the possibility of getting Vangelis's, but
Have you heard any more on that?
I'd have to say no. But I haven't burnt any particular bridges at the moment, so.
Good.
Although it's getting fucking close to it.
Yeah, I can absolutely imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a limit to how much you can get pissed on.
Well, yeah, but he's left so many valuable keyboards here, so.
Well,
I can wait.
yeah.
Otherwise, it's Vima, here we come.
Yeah.
I'm fucking serious.
Yeah, I bet. I don't know.
How much does an 8 voice go for these days, anyway?
Does a what go for?
An 8 voice.
Yeah.
I've got an 8 voice and a 4 voice, Rhodes Chroma. Actually, no. It's not a Rhodes Chroma.
It's not
It's
art
one of the
chroma, surely.
rarer art chromas.
Really? So they did make them before they went pop. Wow.
No, they did. I think was it Anthony Marinelli and Rob Rosen was saying there was a few ARPs out there.
It was Philip Dobbs. He sort of carried it on, didn't he, with CBS? So I know a lot about this because of the Chroma Polaris, which was the spawn. Yeah.
Yeah, well, apparently David Friend sold all of the Chroma licensed stock works for $55,000.
Really? Bet that went down well. Not.
No, he didn't know about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He found out after the fact.
So that was a slide deal just before they went tits up then?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's get rid of all the infantry before the receivers come into the building. I know that one.
Yeah. But he reckoned that was undervalued.
Well, yeah.
Reckon the stock was worth 3 times that alone.
Well, CBS turned it around, didn't they? Yeah.
Not a happy bunny, I would have thought.
No, definitely not.
Oh, great. I can't get the cards out of the back.
Oh, dear. I'm going to have to love and leave because I've got to actually go and do some changes.
Polish the Renault.
No. That's a euphemism if ever I've heard one. Yeah.
Gaze lovingly.
Just got to go and polish the Renault.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, no, I've got to go and do some actual work. Fuck.
Yeah, I ought to be doing some work as well. Funny enough.
Yeah, I will be watching you from afar lovingly, and
as you normally do.
yeah, absolutely. God, that sounds so wrong. Don't
Yeah.
say that out loud. That's not.
He's stalker.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice to see you,
Okay,
mate. Yeah.
be good
See you
all,
tomorrow.
and I'll see you all soon.
Cheers.
Cheers. Get well.
Cheers.
Get well, Matt. See you later. Bye.
So how long you been out then, Matt? Today?
I came home yesterday, mate.
Right. So you a good week in there then.
No, I went in Tuesday night. Was it Tuesday night? No, it was Wednesday night, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Wednesday night. Yeah, it's all been a fucking blur, man. I don't know what's going on.
So the drugs.
Probably just as well.
Some of them were really good.
Yeah, I bet.
Oh, man. It took me when they finally took me down to theatre.
Right.
They said, we're going to give you some fentanyl.
Ooh.
Okay.
Can I have something to bring home with me?
You'll go hot, and your eyes will go dizzy, but you won't feel any pain. They went, oh, fuck off, because it was like I was 30 hours in by then.
Yeah.
Anyone farted on my stomach, I was in pain. And she hit me with this stuff, and I went, oh, fuck. Like that. When I woke up, they'd attached me to a drip of the stuff. But I didn't need it. I never used it again.
Wow.
People on the wall are going, you mad fucker, you should have got into that. Oh, shit. I'm trying to... hang on, let me just... Will do. Yes, please. Yeah, so it's just been continuous IV drugs ever since.
Sounds like a giggle.
Oh, it was there, mate. Still.
Like you say, it's all done and dusted now.
Yes, thank God.
Okay.
Oh dear. I gotta go.
So,
do
young
work.
lady, what are we doing?
Right, I'm gonna have to go and do some work. I've got a deadline, unfortunately. So I'll see you all soon.
All right, dear.
Have you all in the background?
Yep. See you, Peter.
Yeah.
Cheers, buddy. See you later.
Cheers, Matt. Cheers. Cheers, Keith.
Well,
cheers, Ken.
at least I've got my trusted assistant with me. Where is she down here?
Oh, there she
fair
is.
play. Cheers.
It's like a bleeding shadow, that dog.
That's what you should have called him, mate.
Yeah, thinking about it. Yep. Good little girl, aren't you, Sissy? Eh? It's cold bath time, is it? Right, let's go and do the CMOS logic on this KBC board. I'm hoping we're going to hear this thing today.
Oh, we've heard you hit it with a hammer. With yeah. What else?
Well, whatever came to hand, really. How you been, Keith? You all right?
Yeah. Yeah, my leg's in a bit of a stalemate at the moment, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just it's neither one thing nor the other. It's not the swelling's sort of not particularly going down anymore. My foot's still between half and 3/4 swollen.
Have you
Stinging
seen that
pain.
comment?
Yeah.
Look at the comment. With that big square above your head, it looks like you're wearing a mortarboard.
What? Oh.
the exit of the stairs looks like you're wearing a mortarboard.
Yeah, I know. It's a bit strange. I did wonder about.
That's a good angle, that though.
Don't know what else I can do. It's that a bit. Just have the grubby old CD collection over there. All right. So I can't read the chat. If I read the chat, I knock myself out. So.
Oh, mate.
Right. I need to bring this. What?
You even thought about sitting on a keyboard, Matt, sitting at a keyboard and...
Oh, no, I'm sitting up.
Okay.
Fucking
Okay.
murders at the moment.
Just wondered if it was restful, that was all.
No, just sitting up. Sitting upright is not comfortable.
No, it won't be for a while.
So whereabouts is your scar then?
I've got 3.
Oh.
I've got one right below my belly button.
Training
One
doctor
about,
goes, which side is it again?
yeah.
Well, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking, but...
Well, apparently it was all done keyhole, but they had
Yeah.
to hunt round for all the bits.
Yeah, they have to find the bits, don't they?
Well, it had detached and then broken up.
Right.
Yeah, so they were in there 2.5 hours looking for all the shit that was hanging about. So the bruise outside covers about 2/3 of my stomach at the moment. It's massive because they've obviously been giving it all this.
So it's normally the appendix is on the side, isn't it?
Yeah,
I
but it had all moved.
Yeah.
Shifted around because it had gone on so long.
Robbie must be having a busy day.
I haven't messaged him to say you're on, so.
Yeah, well, I think he gets a notification anyway, doesn't it? There's a 6.
Oh, is that Lily outside?
Yeah. What are you up to, Lil Bo? Shorty. That's like that corner.
Just measuring the fence.
Yeah, see, there's a little gap down there, and she can smell the little chihuahua next door. Which I think she would have with salad cream, given half the chance.
Yeah, I think it will be too tempting.
But to be honest with you, the little thing next door is very aggressive. Doing all this, and she's standing there watching and going, "You come over here." So, not that I'd wanted to be honest. Well, I think it's very nice for Steve Winwood to pay me to finish off my Mustang.
He's a generous guy.
Yeah, it's very generous of him, I thought.
Once you bought your can of petrol and a box of matches.
Well, a can of petrol for that fucking thing, Keith. Jesus, that's going to be a few £100.
Well, there you go. See, what better way to finish it off? Oh, you not like that.
Fiona doing a fantastic job of redoing the interior.
Yeah.
She's got most of it hanging up on the deck in here. She's working on it all day yesterday as well. Right, they should be 273s. There we go. Yeah, 273s. Right, 73s are. Check. Yeah, So, anything good going on?
I'll put that over to you, Keith.
Me? No, I just have lots of dreams and plans and things, and I could be carrying them out, but I'm sitting here. Usual story of my life.
How are you feeling about retiring? Is it something you're looking forward to, or something you...
No, absolutely. I reckon the end of this year will be 47 years of work. Roughly 47 years. So, I mean, my job is the biggest frustration with my job is the computer, the IT from the company I work for, and all the IT and programs that the car manufacturer give us to work with.
Yeah.
And everything is being made, every process is being made longer and longer winded.
Oh.
Simple as that. And the information we're given from the manufacturers is sketchy, bad, or wrong quite a lot of the time.
Oh.
And it's just, I've been there 11 and a half years, and things have, we were told once upon it. When I started there in the first year, I went off to a manufacturer's course, and one of the things they said is, well, these parts catalogues, we're going to develop them into a 3D system, so that every part you can see in 3D, you can rotate it, look at it upside down, round, and things like that. And of course, 10 years later, no,
hasn't happened.
No, they gave us a new system that you could do sort of less with it in some ways and things. And I think the problem is because of the range of cars that they produce, they just can't keep up. They can't afford to keep up with even the correct parts for the car at times and things like that. And bear in mind that all our parts catalogues work on a car's chassis number now. And even from that, we only require the last 7 digits of a chassis number to go straight into that car to look the parts up, or some of the parts information that we require and things like that. But yeah, I just think they're producing models of cars like nobody's business, and just can't keep up with it. So it's it's just so it's gone from being a sort of nice easy job and things like that to just being long-winded, frustration. Well, I mean, along with the rest of the world, the security in IT now, that the car manufacturers have to protect themselves from being done over with scammers. Ransomware, whatever. It just makes our job harder and harder. Our passwords now go 15 digits upwards.
Christ almighty, really?
Yeah, seriously. And they have to be big letters, little letters, numbers, signs and things. I'm just saying, you know, the fear, you know, I mean, you know, I worked for a company that has a worldwide turnover of, well, the last number we ever heard was 11 billion.
Jesus.
So they cannot afford to be held to ransom.
Yeah.
And things like that. Data protection has gone through the roof. That used to be a nice simple thing. They'd send you a reminder, a little, you know, watch this little video and answer 3 simple questions, and they sort of put you down as a pass.
Yeah.
Now it's a 25-minute video. It goes far beyond the data protection that in the department we're in need to worry about, because really financially either our customers have a credit account or they're paying for parts with a debit or credit card and nothing else, you know, chip and pin.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, you know, the risk of us getting done over is minimal, shall we say. So, you know,
Gents, I'm going to love and leave you.
okay.
All right, dear.
I will
Yeah,
catch you soon.
yeah, stay safe, Matt.
And you, keep safe, guys.
Yeah, see ya.
And it'll work. Bye.
So yeah, to go and retire, Kent, is absolutely ideal. You know, you know, 3 days a week is great.
Yeah.
And then just to walk away. I mean, I don't know. You know, I think the department I work in is really great. We've got a good manager and things like that, and we all work well. And because we're detached, there's the after sales site that I work in is detached from the sales.
Yeah.
I think, you know, we get on really good, you know, in our staff. Our biggest letdown in life is our service department.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say, really. You know,
Yeah.
they you know, they get paid a lot more money than we do, and they get away with not doing a very good job at times. So, because there isn't a glut of people looking for work in the service department or the parts department for that matter, you have to make the best with what you've got, or they have to make the best of what they've got.
Yeah.
Simple as that. And at times it's just not very good. And when you're working for a prestige motor company, you know, it's shocking.
Yeah. Well, it's changed quite considerably since my day, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, I tell you what. I mean, especially from even from your body shop point of view, Kent. They're now you take, especially the back end of a car.
Yeah.
You take a rear quarter. You get a rear quarter panel, and I mean, what was I looking at the other day? Oh, yeah, I was looking at the repair instructions on the car the other day, and this goes for a lot of well, probably prestige cars now, and even supercars.
Yeah.
You take a rear quarter panel. Well, you cut the old one off, and you prep all the area.
Yeah.
The one I looked at, you had to buy 2 pieces of shaped metal to be able to line up the new one, which is fair enough in a couple of places. Can't remember what you call them now. But everything is sealant and rivets to hold it on.
What?
There's very little welding of any description.
No.
Yeah, seriously. You drill out all the rivets on the car because they're riveted on in manufacturer. So
Right.
you see where the rivets are, so you drill them all out.
Yeah.
So that you can start getting the chiseling to releasing it. You then have to clean off all the sealant.
Yeah.
Apply the sealants, put the panel back on. So there's little bits of welding here and there, but in general, yeah, rivet it, apply the sealant, rivet it back on. Then put your stuff over it to protect it, and things like that. Yeah, and then once all that,
When I was doing it, there was talk then about they were going to stop brazing. It's going to have to be all electric welding. There'd be no, obviously acetylene welding going on.
I mean, I can't answer that because I don't know what they. We certainly don't order their supplies as such for the body shop.
Yeah.
So I don't know what type of welding they do. I mean, there's a lots of electric welders about, but I think really we've only got one guy that does panel beating and welding.
Oh.
Because that's the level of our work, and not because all cars are riveted and sealed on. It's just because we've just got one. That's how our body shop is as busy as it used to be, shall we say?
Yeah.
So anything that's major that needs cutting off and putting back on, whether it's welded back on or whether it's sealed and riveted, works around him, sort of thing. And then I think he does a lot of the filling as well once he's put the panels on, and then obviously it goes off down the painters to prep it and put it in the ovens and things like that.
Well, the one thing I did notice, and you probably did as well anyway, but one time a day, like when you're putting a new bumper on a car, it was a metal chrome bumper.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Now it's a panel that takes up nearly most of the car at the back and on the front as well.
Yeah, but I think this is where they've got away from putting a lot of metal on the cars, Kent. It's not just a question of whether it's a chrome bumper, just the fact there are now huge plastic panels, front bumpers on the cars that we do, probably between £500 and £1,200. I'm going to say plus that. The rear ones can be £500 easily, and then you've got to prep them and paint them. That's not even. But the whole front of the car now, the bumper, the grills, it's all plastic.
Yeah.
End of. Wings are still metal. I mean, say some of the ones we do are aluminium on the front wings. I mean, some of the cars have got aluminium bodies on, so there's things like that. But,
well, I mean, it's like the Chrysler. The front bumper is the entire front of the car, grill, the works, the whole thing.
Yeah.
All the way around. And the wing is tiny. Where the bumpers come right round and up.
You're right.
So there's just this little bit at the top of the arch and then a bit down by the back of the door.
Well, it's the same as the minis for us. People ring up and say, can I have a front wing? And you look, you think, or some people ring up and ask for a front quarter panel, which obviously sounds wrong. But technically, the wing isn't a wing because it's all part of the bumper with the headlights in it. And there is this little quarter panel at the front that is wing or quarter panel, whichever you want to call it. It's really disappeared.
Yeah, it's moved on since I wouldn't recognise the industry now. So.
Well, no, because you'd be fitting a lot of plastic. You sort of say behind the bumper, you've then got you've already got grills all over the bumpers on most cars these days, lower down, and possibly a pair of fog lights. Yeah. Behind that, you've got lots of air ducts. Sending the air to the radiators or sending it down below, sending it off to the brake discs and all sorts of things like that.
Yeah.
Then you get to the radiators. So half the time you fix the front of a car, you know, the damage hasn't even touched the radiator or the condenser sitting there. You know, the front of the car is that strong that the repair doesn't often, whereas in the older cars, like you'd say, well, behind the front grille sat the radiator. Never mind, you know, then they didn't have an air conditioning. So behind the front grille sat the radiator, and first time you smacked the front of the car, well, obviously you took out the bumper, the front panel, probably a headlight or two, and then you'd smack the radiator, and it's just been replaced by plastic. A lot of, you know, disposable and, you know, plastic sort of thing to repair rather than, you know, welding up a new front on the, just welding up a new front on the car.
Yeah, well, on the older motors, of course, it's like you get a smack on the front, the radiator goes back, it pushes the radiator
Into the fan.
Into the fan.
There's
on the
water pump.
On the water pump.
Sometimes
connected to the cam, depending on what the model was.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the radiator, boys.
Absolutely. That's what I mean. You know, I don't think the body shop does many radiators because the rest of there is some front panel work up there, which gets repaired, sort of thing. But there's not a lot. It's all down to the chassis, down to your chassis legs, and things like that. Now that does a good job.
Well, I suppose I mean it means that it is kind of less labour involved, I suppose. Now repairing these more modern motors.
I honestly don't know.
So that you can just write them off and just get another car. In many respects.
I'd be surprised now how many older cars get repaired with insurance companies. You know, you sort of see some of the older cars come in with a heavy front end, and next thing you know, there's a parts list there. Yeah, we'll order all this up, and we're going to fit all of that sort of thing. So I think the insurance companies are looking after older cars these days, perhaps more than they used to. Because people want to keep them on the road. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
As if we don't pay enough for our insurance. I mean,
well, because remember when we used to see the insurance assessors come down, and it'd be like a Mercedes 430 SE sort of thing. It's had a front end smack really hard. The suspension's gone as well. You know, the car's leaning on the road.
Yeah.
And they go, "Nah, mate," and it just overnight became worthless. Sometimes we would buy the write-offs, but do them up if we had the parts available. But
I must admit, we don't get many towed in like that at all now, because you could walk past them and just shake your head and go, like you said, there's no way we're ever going to, unless the customer turned up with a suitcase full of money and said, "Look, I just love that car, get it back on the road." Then no, insurance companies don't go for that anymore. I'd say we just seem to now get the ones that are repairable.
Well, there was an insurance guy. I can't remember which insurance company it was, but buy him a beer and he'd write the car off for you if you wanted to buy it.
Okay.
There's a lot of that going on out the back, I can tell you. Mind you, as an apprentice, I never had enough money to grab anything.
No.
Because I as a young, easily led guy, had fallen in love with this Humber Imperial that got dragged in.
Yeah.
That got hit up the arse really hard. And I just fell in love with it. I thought, oh, hey, it's lovely. But wasn't to be. Right, so I need 4019s. What did I do with the tube that had 4019s in it? Oh, God's sake. So let's see. No, bad guess. Try again. Oh, there you go. 4019. Hey. Brand new tube. I think it's one of the last of the brand new tubes. They don't make 4019s anymore, and they're critical in this girl.
Oh,
So we're already starting to see the demise of the 80.
I was going to say, and you've got 5 of them there.
Yeah. The thing is, of course, that I have restored most of them already. So
Yeah.
that, but I don't know.
So
There will
what's
come
the
a point where
yeah.
you'd be happy to put second-hand bloody ICs in them.
Where'd you get them from? I mean, do people strip boards just for the sake of it then, or?
Well, they just keep the boards, and then if they come
Yeah.
in,
Yeah.
then just take. But there's a certain degree of pot luck in taking a 50-year-old chip and putting it into a different keyboard and hoping that it lasts a 6 months warranty.
Yeah.
So it's not ideal by any stretch of the imagination.
So what's this Frank Ellis? Yeah. So what's the Frank Ellis 80 coming in for?
It's not. Nothing
Well,
wrong
if
with
if oh right.
It was. I was going to have sort of a kind of a loan of it for a while.
Okay. Well, no, that's
However long
good then,
it
isn't it? No, but I mean, if it happens, then that's good. You're not
Yeah.
having to suddenly get to a point where you go, I can't get, it needs these chips. I can't get them. I've run out. I'm going to scour the world now to see what's out there. You're not, with that one instrument, you're not in that situation.
Well, to be honest with you, I would have thought that with that particular machine, probably go and get 1 or 2 off eBay, no matter how much people wanted for them. But unfortunately, when somebody finds out that they got IC, brand new, but they're still 50 years old, but they're never used, and they find that they're really, really rare, and they're going something very, very expensive, the price goes up accordingly.
Yeah.
So, which understandable.
Yeah.
We live in a world of commerce.
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah.
It's a 4006. So it's the third one down. It's this one. All right, let's get this 40. But these 4019s are quite critical in these machines. There's not a huge amount of them. I think it's 2, 4. I think there's only about 7 altogether.
Yeah.
But if one of them goes down, the whole machine doesn't work,
Yeah. Here you go, Ken. Have a quick look.
Oh, beautiful.
Right bag.
No. I'm such a sucker for the Husky, I tell you.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, truth be known, all dogs, doesn't matter what.
Yeah.
That's why I hate it when I go on Facebook and I'm doing a bit of doom scrolling, and then there's this little chappy come up, little photo of this dear little sweet soul, desperately using home.
Yeah.
I'm looking over at Fiona going, no.
Yeah, I know.
It's only one more.
I mean, this is the trouble having the ginger dog is actually a South Korean Jindo, and unfortunately, with South Korea, they like a bit of dog meat on their plate.
Well, yeah.
So on the couple of Jindo Facebook groups I belong to, there's, you get the, this dog's in a death camp. Can you rescue? And they're all in, and this is obviously in Korea, so it's not like you pick
Yeah.
it a phone up and go, "Oh, can you put it on a boat and I'll pick it up on Tuesday?"
Yeah.
I'm just saying, every so often you get there and you just think, oh, it's sometimes it's hard to read
Yeah.
the
Especially when
the
you know there's not a lot you can do about it. You feel quite helpless.
yeah. I mean, a few of them do get saved, but it's not the point. It's just the fact that it just keeps reminding you there's these dog camps in South Korea that they breed the dogs and eat them, or they capture them off the streets because they're,
Yeah.
they're wandering about, sort of thing, and things
Well,
like that.
I think if it wasn't for Fiona, I'd have 50 or 60 dogs now.
Mm,
Honest to God. I don't know how the hell
I
I'm going
know.
to them all.
No, I know. I look at our little. I mean, I think she'll last through the summer. The 15-year-old, so she'll turn 16.
Yeah.
And when she goes, she goes. I don't think she'll be replaced. The breeder who bred the little brown curly brown poo that was sat on my lap just a minute ago has got
Yeah.
another litter of puppies, and one half of me says, "Shall we have another one?" And the rest is saying no, which is fine. All our dogs are here by agreement, not by, well,
Yeah.
if I want that, so I'm having one.
Yeah.
Simple as that. But with my impending retirement, well, it'll be the end of the year,
Yeah.
I was tempted to say, oh, can't we have another one?
Yeah.
Because
I don't
then
know.
then they've got full-time doggy daycare,
Yeah.
as opposed to now. I still think they get a little bit noisy when we're not here.
See, because
The
I
husky,
also
well,
considered doing the
yeah,
fostering,
yeah,
and even Fiona suggested, she goes, well, look, instead of taking the dog on, perhaps you could foster it until they can find a home. And I go,
mm,
I wouldn't be able to let it go,
uh,
you know?
yeah, yeah,
So, and I know I wouldn't. If I took in 10 fosters, I'd end up with 10 more dogs than I had before.
yeah,
10 dogs. It's like, I mean, Noah, I mean, he was you know, going down that Facebook page, and there was Noah, and he was one of 3 dogs, no, 2 dogs, no, it was 3 dogs that hadn't had any forever home offers
mm,
on them.
yeah,
One of them was Siri, the other one was Noah, and there was this other little one. But it turns out that by the time I contacted them about the third one, somebody had put down the name, and it was taken care of.
yeah.
The woman at the shelter said nobody wants Noah, as cute as he is, because of his weird front
Oh,
leg.
that's strange, really, because he doesn't
You know,
ask for a lot, does he?
no, 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 no.
Simple as
But
that.
so he
He's got a
hops
house.
everywhere. So well, he hops fine. He
Yeah,
said, yeah,
so
his
he's got
back
a,
leg is quite bad,
yeah.
but the killer was he'd been diagnosed with leash, the blood
Right.
disorder.
Oh, I don't
So,
know about that, but
uh,
right, okay.
but anyway, so there would be medical bills to
Mm,
anybody who was going to take him on. And
yeah,
we were reluctant. So I said, all right, no, I'll have him. And she went, you
yeah.
sure? I said, yeah, no problem. Yes, I spent 1,200 quid on him when I got him. And because they were saying, oh, leash, it's very difficult to get rid of, blah, 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 blah. And what transpired was, yes, it is difficult to get rid of because they keep getting bitten by the same type of fly in Spain
Yeah,
that
yeah.
isn't here. So he had
Mm,
his treatment and the leash cleared up and he's been leash free for years and
yeah,
years and years, right?
yeah.
So they both came over together in the back of this van, and Noah was on top of Siri's cage, And when they were sort of like, you know, they stop off every 4 or 5 hours or so, to let them have little wees and poos and that.
Mm.
And these two got really friendly. So, and I know that Siri was very happy with the fact that Noah was coming into the house as well with her. And yeah, so, but it was all because I strolled down and I saw him with his funny little legs sitting there on some woman's lap. I went, and he's going, yeah, nobody wants him because he's got leash and blah, 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 blah. And I go, right, okay. What's the email?
Yeah.
If you're only going, more dogs? Yeah.
Oh.
Of course, she's all over them anyway.
Yep.
Once they're in the door, she's sold as well, mate.
Well, this is it, isn't it? You know, things like Noah, I mean, apart from his medical bills, I mean,
Yeah.
all he needs is that house and a little bit of garden.
Yeah.
Really, and he's set for life, isn't he? He's, you know, he's never gonna. You're never going to take him on a 10-mile hike, sort of thing, and you know, feel, oh, I can't take a dog on who's not going to walk 10 miles and things like that. You know, he's got limitations, so
Yeah, absolutely.
he doesn't.
Well, I mean, for a dog that could barely walk, you don't get about.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's got what he needs.
Yeah. So I mean, and then Lily came about from again doom scrolling on Facebook, and there she was. And then, okay, and it was because they were very close. I think they were only about 5 miles up the road. And I showed the picture to Fiona. We went, look, we can't have another dog, blah, 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 blah. And then saw the picture and she went, like that. She goes, no, like that. And that's when I go quiet. And I waited, and it was about 20 minutes, and she went, oh, come on then, let's have it. Yep. You came to the decision, not me. Admittedly, she has been more than the handful that we thought she was going to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because you could have got another Charlie.
Yeah.
Couldn't you? You could have got another Charlie, and it's gone the opposite way this time. You've got a dog that, you know, a lot of people like me would have been pleased to have got, because that would have gone in harness and it would have made a lovely working dog. You know, you'd have sort of controlled a certain amount of its energy and attention in training it into harness and running and things like that. You know, it would, I think she, if she came here as a puppy, would have just fallen into it like she was, you know, born to do it.
Yeah. What was interesting though was because she's so young, and this is one of the things that I put forward about Lily being young is that because she's young, she can be trained, like for instance, to not fear the comb. So we can comb her and stuff like that. Whereas, because Charlie, at best, we have to tie him to a post and brush him. And we got you know, these big, super powerful hot air blowers. That they
Yes,
dogs,
yeah.
That they sell normally they're in the you know, the dog groomers and stuff. And it blows the hair out, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And because you got to get down to the skin, haven't you? Got to get all that dry skin out.
Well, yeah, we've got one here, but I mean, it's not a heated one, but it's still a blower for the dogs and things.
It's stupid. But, it's a 1200 watt or something motor.
What? Yeah, no, they are. They're a sort of,
well, if you let go of the hose, it's doing this in the air.
Yeah.
I did all it. So we did Charlie with it Sunday, and oh my God, you would have thought he would be murdered. The screaming.
No,
not like it, but we had to get all this crap off him.
Yeah.
And the garden Monday morning looked like we'd had a snowstorm.
Mm. But we about half our dogs will tolerate the blower,
Yeah,
and half of them, will scream their heads off about it and things like. You have to literally pin them down to be able to dry them off. I mean, the good thing for us is, apart from the curly brown dog, who gets shown occasionally, a lot of the huskies tend to stay clean. As you know, because you've got the husky coat, if they get dirt on them, it dries up and it just falls off.
Yeah.
Is what happens. Simple as that. It's
yeah, because they were saying something about if you wash a husky, I mean, actually drench him and wash him. When you dry him off, he's actually still wet down at the skin, even though he feels completely dry, and they can get skin infections and all sorts of.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is possible. I mean, you might find the long coats that are about, they're more prone to it because you're dealing with a lot more coat. But we've never had that problem at all. Years of having them, they've all generally, never had a long coat, and they've all dried off sufficiently not to have that. But
yeah.
I mean, I think you are better washing on warm, dry days or whatever, hot days if you can, sort of thing, and things, and let them, as much as you can dry them with the towel and things like that, and then the blower and things is to get them out and sit in the sun or whatever. But here she is. Here she is.
Yeah, what are you after, little one? Hey, what are you after, sweetheart? You alright? Good girl. Oh, rub your ear. There you go. Oh, you like your ear rubbed, don't you? Yeah. It's funny, you rub her ears and her eyes go up.
Yeah.
Don't you? She learnt not to walk on power supplies.
Was that what it was?
No, last week.
Oh.
Beginning of last week, I was working on the JP6. She came in. She put a paw down to come over and say hi.
Yeah.
And there was this sudden yelp. And up in the air she went. Yeah. You got a little 240 up one leg. Because I tried telling you before, but you didn't get it.
Well, you think almost like maybe the pads would have been a bit of a protection, but obviously not.
But it made a yelp and jump back, and she wasn't
the fur, isn't it?
I'm not going to that anymore.
Yeah.
So, and she stays away from power supplies now.
I can't think of anything worse than a wet nose on the power supply, really.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean that would.
I mean, I've done one where I picked up a power supply, a coil, and I picked up the wrong one. I picked up the one that was plugged in and not the one that wasn't plugged in.
Oh.
So that'll teach me to look. But I've had so many electric shocks now, it doesn't really. It's like, oh, you bastard, and that's it, and you just carry on. You kind of get immune to it. Oh, that's 4019, which is this one. It's taking that time getting these keys done.
How many are there?
59. I've done 2.
59. Yeah.
He's doing the others.
Yeah.
But I think I have to cut and polish some of the black ones. They've got a mark on them.
Yeah.
That they definitely want removed if possible. I think what it was the Perspex music stand that normally goes inside the lid had come adrift, and had run down the keyboard and scratched them.
Right. Okay.
So it does happen. Well, when it's not fitted correctly. So It happens. Go on, go on. Out you go. I can go for a walk. Like the other 19, the new one.
So if the keys come back, does this get put back together today, or has it now gone on?
I'll at least be turning it on.
Yeah.
And checking her out. Because she hasn't been on for, I reckon, about 20 years or something. But
Oh, really?
yeah. It's been in storage for long.
Okay. Did you ever see the documentary about Steve Winwood?
No.
So it was on a few years ago. So it's either an hour and a half on his, whole music life and things like that.
Yeah.
And they take you, and he takes you to his B3 and goes through the startup procedure, because they're obviously unique, aren't they, on the Hammonds and things like that. Just saying, and you can see his B3 have been through just about 2 world wars and 40 years of gigs. I might have to go. The missus has come home unexpectedly. I'll just dip out the
Oh dear. Right, what am I left with here? Got 2 13s to do. Yeah. Okay, 2 16s. 2 73s. And so basically all these down this side. Okay. Well, if I do these logics, and then we'll go and face up the Fiona. See what's happening with the keys. I think Keith works the, is it Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? I'd rather work the first, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and have the Thursday, Friday off. Because then you've got the Saturday, Sunday with it. But I suppose he takes what he's given. Right, let's do these 2 first. Got 73s. So that's 1 out. Oh. There's 2. That one went walkabout. Where'd it go? Up down here. Okay. Right, 73s. These. Yeah, that's 73. Test. Worker. Cool. She can go in. Now this one. Yep. Lovely, lovely, brand new. In you go. Okay. So in place. And with any luck, I can get back on to restoring the Muzzy. After this one. I don't think there's anything pressing. Oh, there might be a couple of bits, I suppose. There we go. Now, it's the 216s. Looks like it needs cleaning. Yep. That needs cleaning all right. Cool. One bit job wet. Oh no, it's this one, isn't it? Alright, that's a 4069. Here. Yeah, actually. Come on, find it. Yep, that's cool. You can go in. Yep. Two 16s. Yeah. Yep, that's one. There. Now this one. Yep, cool. Go in there, like so. Oh, come on. Why are you pissing about? Don't piss about. That's it. Go on, here you go. There's always one that wants to muck about, isn't there? Jubbly. Alright, so I'm going to crack at this. We're just about ready now. Okay. There we go. Jubbly. It's about ready to rock and roll. So where are these keys? Siri? I'm going to have to go looking for some keys. See if your mum's done them or not. Yeah? Do you want to go and tell her? Come on then. Go tell her. Be nice though, no swear words. Yeah? I'm not talking about you don't swear, do you? So, very polite girl you are. Right. Give us a minute. Gotta see where the keys are. drying out in the sun a bit for now, which will do. It will do. Right then. Now the other thing I have to do is find the tubes of 4558s, which have gone walkabout, and I don't know where they are. Cool. Yeah. Two more. So that's Steve's truth box. Now we've got to play. Where are the dual op amps? They're around here somewhere. Okay, it's gone and put them somewhere picking stupid. Clearly. No, that's 4019s. More 4019s. Oh, 12 points. So, where are the tubes of 4558s gone? Weird. Oh, come on, the keys be dry soon. Where the hell are they? Let's check in here. There's something, there's a stack of stuff in here. Quick butchers. Oh, it's not in there. It makes sense because there's no other place really in the house where they would go. Alright, Suzanne. Do you know where they are, Mrs.? No, you've got no idea either, have you? I just don't understand it. Oh, I'm going to have to buy some more tubes of op amps then, at this rate. Which probably won't be cheap. At today's prices. How mad is this? Got the TLO71s, yes. not. 71s. 49s. What's this? 72s. 339s. That's not good either. More 19s. Double ones. Nope. Thank you. No. 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 Nope. 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 No. And that's the last of them, isn't it? I checked all these yesterday, anyway. Try 19s again. And 192s. Dual sockets. More 19s, 14s. No. That's mental. Come on, they've got to be somewhere. Couldn't have run out and then forgot to order new. It's the most prolific bloody IC in the workshop. Thing is, they would be in the tray if we had them, so. Looks like I'm going to have to order some more. Fortunately, it won't stop me actually firing up the 80 and finding out if it's working or not. Just means I've got to take it apart again afterwards. These two cards back in then. What's that again? Okay, it's connected to the 15-volt rail. Here's the rail. Okay, so now we set the keyboard. What we will do is give ourselves a bit of room first. There we go. Right, let's go and get the keys. Right? No, I think it goes this side. Actually, doesn't it? No, that's the already. So it goes there. Nice shine on that cable now. Should be. Oh, what's that? Is it that one there? It's that one, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, it's a bit glossy. See how many of these we get wrong. We better off using this stuff actually. It's much better.
Can't we play guess the key?
Yeah. pretty much.
A to G. Can we not just hold it up and go, what key is this? Go on,
Well,
try
no,
that
it's
one.
got what key it is, but its location.
No,
Not much of a giveaway.
no, yeah, but just the shape of the key should do that, shouldn't it?
Hmm?
The shape of the key should tell you,
Yeah,
will
the
give you a
shape. I
choice.
know what key it is,
Hmm.
but where it goes on the rod.
I mean, are the end ones specific or not?
Hmm?
Are the ends ones specific?
The end one's specific. That's already on.
Yeah. There is two ends.
Well, the other one will be a normal C,
Yeah,
and like all the other C's.
yeah.
There. Another G. Sometimes it starts to get a little bit difficult to work out where the 2s and where the 3s are.
Why 2s and 3s?
Well, you've got 3 blacks in a group and two blacks in a
Oh,
group.
right.
And what tends to happen is, as the keys goes on, you can't really see on the posts where the 2s and the 3s are anymore. So you have to start guessing. Well, up to a point anyway. Because on most keyboards,
Oh,
go on first.
yeah,
So it's a piece of piss to thing where your seeds
Yeah.
go and stuff like that.
yeah, yeah.
And the whites go on first, and it's like, come on in, go through. Is there enough room for you? Let's move that out of the way.
So if you've given all the seeds to put on first, you'd be head scratching a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It just gets a little bit. You have to sort of like stop and think sometimes because
yeah,
you end up putting a D where a G should go and stuff like that.
yeah, yeah. Are they not marked underneath?
They're only marked on the key, what the key is, and then that
Are they
is
not?
open season.
Right.
As you can see, where you just have these posts, and they all look absolutely identical to each other.
Yeah. Don't some of them don't some of the manufacturers label up their keys with a letter underneath somewhere?
Yeah. No, these do it
Yeah.
on the top. But what they don't do, because the blacks don't go on first, you can't see where the
No.
whites go.
No.
You can't do it blind in a way. And then once the posts get covered, it becomes more and more difficult to work out where the bloody thing is are.
I do hope Fiona hasn't hidden the key for fun.
I wouldn't put it past her.
No.
Done it before. Done it with old what's the one? The foundation one that old what's his name signed?
Yes. Yeah.
Peter Gabriel.
Yeah.
Yeah, she hid one of the keys. And I'm
Oh.
around a workshop looking for it. And she's sniggering her arse off in the front room with it in her pocket. Little cow. Good prank though. She waited precisely for the right machine to do it to. That was a cracking little mini move. By the way, whoever won that,
Yeah.
got himself a stonker.
See the one that Jared done recently?
No.
Okay. He called himself Synth Pro, doesn't he?
Oh right, yeah.
On YouTube, Jareth. Yeah, he got a 73 mini in, which the boards were, I mean, obviously don't know much about them, but the boards were marked up RA Moog, but the badges on the front and back weren't.
Yeah.
And it got the serial numbers and everything, but I just didn't know whether all the boards were, or the RA Moog had them so many made up, and then when the company changed name, obviously they just had to keep using the boards, but stick a different badge on it.
Yeah, because 73 was the changeover year anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was thinking, some lucky people probably got, some good pieces of RA in it, boards.
Yeah.
In them, even though they weren't badged.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I've had a couple of them in.
Yeah. And do they sound different?
Well, all right, yeah. Totally.
Well, yeah, I mean, having those boards in more than anything.
Oh, yes, then it sounds like an RA. Then it sounds like an RA. Yeah, it's those boards that give it that sound, for sure.
Yeah.
They can be troublesome little buggers, though, but...
It surprises me how clean some instruments are inside, if they've been, looked after properly, and probably, especially if they've sat on a stand or something, for 40 years, in a house or something like that, or a clean studio and things. I opened up my Oberheim Matrix 1000 the other day because I thought, oh, I changed the battery. I probably had it 30 years myself.
Yeah.
And I opened it, just a case, and oh, bugger, soldered in. So I didn't go beyond that. I mean, I'm sure it just needs to find all the screws on the circuit board and unsolder it and replace it. But just at that moment in time, it wasn't going to be, I'll just need to slip one out and slip one back in.
Yeah.
But that
Well,
needs
so
something.
far, I don't think I've made any mistakes.
No,
So
you
far.
can't see a two blacks, four blacks, three blacks, two blacks, four, or anything like that. Then
No, so far everything's lining up.
yeah.
Because I tell you what, you soon see when it's not.
No. Is that the last key going in?
No, second.
Oh, it's all right. I can see one blatant gap, which is that one. That's it. That's the one I can see. That was missing.
Right, and there we go now.
Was that the end one?
And that should be an E. And it
Oh,
is.
up there.
Oh, B
Okay.
as well. There you go. Now it should be a little asset. There should be a little wave after on the keys. There you go. Lovely.
So where's the contact switches for these as such? Where's the contact switches?
Up here.
Right at the back.
Yeah, right.
No, I just wondered. Yeah, right at the back. Yeah.
So it's five metal contacts altogether.
Mm-hmm. Is that just safety in numbers?
No. Two of them do note on, note off.
Right.
Then you got a group of three where the middle one is always touching the bottom, and then when you hit the key, it pushes the middle contact up to the top contact, and the amount of time there is between it touching there and then touching the top one, it sends the amount of velocity, the voltage, for the velocity to the VCA.
Yeah.
So if you do it really quick, it doesn't. The voltage doesn't dissipate through the cap quick enough, so more voltage goes into the VCA, and you get a louder sound.
Right. So that's quite technical then. You know, there's obviously the reason for it, and then it's quite technical on top of that.
Yeah, but Yami always were sort of like a bit ahead of the curve, especially through the 70s.
I mean, do they often go wrong as such, or do they?
No, not back then.
No, I mean
mate.
They don't end up bending or anything silly unless someone's really abused them, I suppose.
Has to be a decade with them.
Yeah.
Right, Robbie.
Hello, Robbie.
Hello.
Are you going for it back?
Yeah, not too bad.
You were all right, saw you?
Yeah, just been at the hospital.
Oh yeah.
No. It was
it's your turn.
Yeah, no. I was supposed to have some laser treatment on my eyes for my glaucoma.
Right.
And I get to the hospital, and I get there early, and they see me early, which is really cool. And then she says, "I don't think you need this." I'm like, "Oh, okay. I've had it before." She says, "Yeah, I know. I don't think you needed it then either." She says, "All your pressure readings are coming back, bang on the money."
Cool.
So we had a little discussion and everything. She says, "I'm going to get you into my clinic within the next 8 weeks, and we'll give you a thorough going over, and we'll get to the bottom of this, because they found an anomaly on my on the backs of my eyes with those field of view tests where you sort of look at the dot and you have to click the button every time you see another dot going around."
Yeah.
So they found a spot that was not dark, shall we say? But she said they could have made a mistake. You could have made a mistake. And I said, well, it's funny because whenever I'm doing that test, they put the glasses on you with one lens blacked out, and then I'm focusing on that little balloon at the end, little air balloon, hot air balloon, and within about 10 seconds, my vision goes black because it's merging my left and my right eye, and all I see is darkness, so I can't see any fucking lights blinking or anything. And she goes, that's common, that is, apparently. If you concentrate too hard, that's what will happen. So you just
And
got to
they've
relax.
sort of like worried about tunnel vision or something like that.
No, it's just this what you do when you're sort of like really focusing and your eyes are like focused on this one thing. You know, they converge, and one sort of takes over the other, and it comes up with that. So she said, "Don't worry," she says, "We'll get you in, and we'll do some proper tests, and then we'll determine what goes from there, because we've done everything else, and the MRI came back as clear, so that's good."
Yeah,
And
that's good.
so it was a little bit of a wasted trip, but maybe not a wasted trip, because
No, it's never a wasted trip, though.
the guy that sent me for both the laser treatments, because the problem with the laser treatment is you can only do it so many times before it then becomes ineffective. They recommend no more than 2, 3 at a push, absolutely no more than 4, because after that it just doesn't do anything. So we don't want to use up all of these opportunities. If you need it in the future, we want to make sure you've got as many attempts at it as we can.
Did you mention all the concerts you've been to?
Sorry?
Did you mention all the concerts you've been to?
No.
Getting lasers in the face?
Oh, no. I don't go to those sorts of concerts.
Oh, don't you?
It's more smoke and old people.
Smoke and mirrors.
I've just booked 2 tickets, actually, just this moment, for David Byrne. I'm a little bit excited. Always wanted to see him. If I couldn't see Talking Heads, I want to see David Byrne.
Yeah.
So he's just, he's going on tour next year, so wasn't cheap. Front row tickets, 225 quid each. But I didn't buy those for David Byrne at the Apollo. Yeah.
Oh, you go. Yes, that was somebody that's in London.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I'm up in the circle, a few rows back, nice clear view. Me and the missus, couple of £100, so I'm happy with that.
Nice.
Little treat. And David Byrne live is a pretty spectacular event. Have you ever seen American Utopia?
No.
Oh, they made a movie, concert movie. It's really good.
Oh, okay.
Really, really good. Aye, so I'm very excited.
Oh, Matt's been in, Robbie.
I know. Well, I got a message from him while I was in hospital saying pub's on. I was like,
yeah.
I know if I say that I'm in hospital, he'll go, whoa, whoa, whoa. So
yeah. No.
But,
you had a tie on.
Really?
Yeah.
Is he bored?
No, he's come to tell us his exciting news of his new purchase.
Yeah.
Do we know about this?
4 wheels. White.
Oh, yes.
With a French
the Renault
badge. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Electric Renault 5. Yeah.
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 He was almost bobbing up and down in excitement, but
I was disappointed that he didn't go for the Alpine version.
I don't think they're out yet, are they? But
No.
I know what you mean, because that's the first question I asked him, because I thought, don't ask why, I thought the Alpines were the electric Renaults, but they're not. They're all the 5s are electric, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except
He'll
there's
probably
an Alpine
change.
version.
He'll probably get one when it comes out.
No,
Well,
he
if he
did,
another one.
when he told me about it, and I said, "Oh, is it the Alpine?" He said, "No. The reason was." He told me what the reason was, and it was mostly a sensible reason. But I'd have gone for the Alpine in the blue. I still want the A110, really do. I can't afford one. I need to write a score for a dinosaur program, and then I can buy one of those.
Come on then, up.
Well, I got the costume to get you into the.
Come on then, up.
Yeah.
Come on, up. Oh, here you go. Oh, careful. Here you go.
That's good.
This is Gracie. She's heading for 16 years now.
Oh wow.
Less.
I know. But they can. She's got a bit of an eye thing there, but they can live. They are long-lived dogs normally. So.
Got no idea how old Charlie is.
No.
At all. So I've got a horrible feeling he's going to be a bit of a surprise one morning.
Yeah.
Well, that's lightened the mood.
Yeah. Right then. Do I really, really want to do this?
Switch it on.
Yeah.
Have you put all the black keys back in yet?
Yeah.
I'm not bolting it all up because I still have to take these black keys off to make sure I can get rid of all of this mark. But it seems like the mark has come off quite a few of them just by washing it. So.
So what's the board hanging off the side?
It's always tense.
So what's the board hanging off the side?
It's the chorus, portamento, and whatever.
Yeah, okay.
So, I don't like sitting flat anyway. Okay, are you going to do it?
Oh.
Okay, let's see.
That's 100% more sound than it was making yesterday.
Yeah, it's not a great deal of sound though, is it?
I paid 53k for that.
That one needs looking at.
Is that one voice?
Oh, number 7.
No, that's cycling.
Oh, right.
Chorus is working. Tremolo is working.
Milo.
Oh no, put in poly 2. Nice. Well, that's interesting. That one doesn't receive pitch. Then. Or that one. Or that one. Okay. Okay. Got a way to go then. Right, let's have a look at After a Touch. Over exaggerate it. So the whole keyboard after touches. Excellent. Ring mod. Okay. memories, yes. Front panel. Nice on a bike. I knew it was going to have a few issues, but fuck me. There's nice variants for one key. Okay. Clearly, we must take a closer look, Siri. You can wag your tail all you want. You're the one that's going to be testing the SH board. I'm giving you the job. Oh, black leg, hey. Oh. I'll have a look and see what they There you are. Right. I think the SH board's kicking out. Let's have a look. We've got 1.13, 1.13, 1.3, 0.52, 1.13, 1.8, ooh, 3.36, and 2.41. Okay. Down here now. Should be 0, yeah. 0, yeah. Half a volt, no, it's too high. 1.2, too high. 5.2, too high. 1.37, too high. 0.12, too high. 1.2, okay, right. There are issues abound. So there are faults on the CAS boards, the SH boards. The clock is running too slow. Oh, all the gates are okay. Mind you, we heard that, so not fucking surprised really, is it?
Oi!
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 Yeah, okay. We've got some transistor issues under the keyboard still. I think the ICs, not the transistors. Because they're a bit rare on the shelf. So we tend to only repair the ones that are gone. It looks like some of them are gone. But at least at this point in time, it does look like the big, expensive, holy fuck, how much ceramic 40-pin gold ICs appear to be functioning.
Cool.
Although I do have 26700s, I don't have any 26600s anymore. The last one went in that bloody CS60, which the guy has not come and collected and paid me for yet either.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake. And he was like phoning me every other day. Is it done yet? Is it done yet? And phone him up and go, it's done. Oh, all right. I'll come down. No, you boning. Nothing. Oh, bottom. Oh, we'll start with the cat's board, I suppose.
It's a very good place to start.
Apparently.
Yeah. That's what Julie Andrews told me once.
Actually, thinking about it, no, that is not the place to start. You started the power supply.
We've done that.
I've rebuilt it. I haven't calibrated it.
Oh.
And it has to be calibrated to within, what was it?
An inch of its
Hundredths
life.
of a volt.
Oh, right.
That's
Not
the thing
particular then. It's not fussy.
No, that's the thing about 80s. It has to be very, very precise. Otherwise, it shows up the other end because it's sort of like linear all the way to the end. So anything that's slightly out shows up as a fucking miles out the other end. Oh, excuse me. Thank you.
This power supply is not as bad as a DX one, is it?
Oh God, no, no. This is linear,
No.
but I suppose in some ways it's worse than a DX one. In some ways, because at least with the DX one, you can get the bleeding parts for them.
Indeed.
Right, 15 volt is on 15.01. Okay.
Outrageous.
Where's my twiddler? There we go. Oh, it's lost the fucking blade out of the ring.
Lily.
No, even Lily can't get blamed for that one. I have others. They're coming packs of 5. Right, so we need to get this down to, what was it, point, well, it's got to be exactly 15. Ready? Right, exactly 15. Now I need minus 15. Oh, it's 15.13. There's an adjustment we have to make. Ooh. Oh, cool, got it first time. Right, 10.6 is at 10.61. Steady. 10.6, 5.8, 5.9. There we go.
Robbie.
Yes, mate.
Minus 6.
Ty was saying he counted up and needed 13 Jasper stands.
Jesus.
And I only caught the tail end of the conversation on that. Well, I didn't know if that was for one room or.
No, it's probably for everything. Me too.
But that's.
He has over 280 keyboards.
That's right.
Yes.
So 6. What's the maximum you can get on that Jasper? 6?
6 is, I think, the biggest one they do.
So 1360s don't add up to enough.
No.
I think he was talking about getting shelving like yours as well. And I thought the only disadvantage for that with Ty is it being Ty, you'd need to get them covered, which at the end of the day, you either buy like and Ian's got and you get those covers made up, or you see if there's any deck savers or whatever. But it just depends on how dusty your house is, doesn't it? It's not, the best storage is shelving.
Well, I'm really happy with this catering shelving, which I see more and more people using all the time. What I need is, well, I say I need. It might restrict it somewhat, but you can get those covers. They're sort of like six-sided, but empty at the bottom, and then just pull them over like those kind of walk-in wardrobe things.
Yeah. Actually, you could get one of those and maybe get a strip of Velcro and cut it and stick it together.
The problem is it's quite tightly packed in here. and I've got stuff on the top that kind of overhangs, and so that would potentially cause an issue. I don't know.
Yeah, because I think you're just saying he calculated 13 Jaspers and possibly some stands as well to try and get everything
I think
in
if
an
you're pushed
order.
for space, which he isn't, but if you
No.
are pushed for space, these catering shells are one of the best options I've found.
So what's the dimension of them?
These are
Not the height, not necessarily the height. What's the depth and the width?
the two most important dimensions.
Mhm.
They are 100. Oh shit! I can't remember now. Hang on, I've got the details here. Hartley Direct wire shelving, 180 centimeters tall. They are 120 centimeters wide and 45 centimeters deep.
Oh, okay.
So you can basically get a 61 note keyboard on
Yeah,
there and have 6 inches to spare. So I've got like for every keyboard, every 61 note keyboard I've got on there, I've got stuff like Livens or Uno synths or something stashed in the middle or something on the end. I've even got some shelves. I've got one shelf that's got a DX100 and the Mini Freak on one shelf. I've got the Hydrasynth and the Micro Freak on another shelf, the Prophecy and the Mini Brute 2 on one shelf. So you can, if you've got small stuff, you can put 2 or 3 items on, and each shelf can take 70 kilos distributed. So a maximum of 350 kilos across the whole unit.
So that was 120 by 45.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to get the measurements in my head because I'm planning ahead as usual. Because I reckon I could. Yeah. So the only trouble is like the width, but just planning ahead and thinking that if I get the Jasper stand I'm looking at, then whether that would fit behind it.
Right.
And therefore get obviously as many keyboards off the floor as humanly possible. Simple as that.
I've just put the link to the shelves in the chat.
Okay, also pick that up.
Oh, it might not let me do it. Let me post it here. Hang on.
Okay.
I'm in the wrong account on there, so I'll post it under Kent's name. There you go. And they're the only. So this is the thing. I've bought 2 of these. Well, actually, I bought 4 because what I do, they're designed as a 5 shelf unit. But if you buy 2, you can put 10 shelves on, and that gives you enough height for a regular synth, and with space to spare.
Can you cut them down if necessary?
Cut what down?
Well, the height.
No, because the legs have only got thread on the ends, and if you cut them, I wouldn't suggest. I don't know.
Okay, it's all right. No, I've got that page now. Yeah, no, I've got that page. I'll
But I bought 2 sets.
But
I used all the shells in one basically,
balloons.
and so I now have a spare set of 2 spare sets of legs because I bought another pet set of 2. But I will point out that these shells, they're not made by this company. This company are just like a drop shipper, and these are made in China somewhere. And every time I've had one shelf that's a little bit squiffy, like it's taken a knock or something. And the first time I had that, I had to fight tooth and nail to get a replacement shelf. They wanted me to send the whole thing back, which would have meant disassembling it, because I didn't find that I'd got this dodgy shelf until I got to the last one. So I said no, and I put my foot down. They eventually sent me a replacement shelf. Then I ordered another 2 of these, and I had a dodgy shelf in that. but I couldn't be bothered to fight for that. So luckily, one of the dodgy shelf from the first one was good enough to use to replace the dodgy shelf on the second batch. So it's all good. But
Is it just aesthetics that's, I know you're saying it's
on the
dodgy,
first
but
one,
I
it
mean,
was
is it?
aesthetically. Yeah, the first one was
Yeah.
aesthetics. The second one, it was unusable.
Okay. So I just something to bear in mind that.
If you do order them, open them up and check it over before you assemble it.
Yeah.
And make sure all the shelves are uniform.
Yeah. I'm thinking of making the push. Yeah.
I mean, it cost me 160 quid for 2 units.
Yeah.
So
I'm just thinking it'd be one way to make a push this year for, to sort the loft out a bit. That's all. It'd be quite helpful.
It's just that there's nothing like, certainly not commercially available that I'm aware of that can hold 10. Well, actually more. I mean, what have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've got 10 full-size keyboards and like 5 or 6 smaller keyboards on one unit.
Yeah.
There's nothing else out there that can do that in that footprint.
Yeah.
Even the vertical Jaspers, I don't think they do them above 6.
No, I don't think they do either. No, I think.
And that might just be them being super cautious because, if they say, oh yes, it can take 10 keyboards and then it falls over and destroys your CS80 or squashes the dog, then they might be liable. But
Come here. Come on up. Come on up. Come on. Oh, Ginger. Don't be shy. Oh, Ginger. Siri, can you see a dog on the screen? Is it a dog on the screen?
Yeah.
Ginger, come around this way. Ginger. Oh, don't be miserable.
Always look in the opposite direction, don't you, so you know. Ah, Nels. All right, babe. I don't know. I'm not going to leave them. I think they me, mate. Right, let's try this. Ah, dear.
that was hilarious in the hospital car park this afternoon. I mean, it's absolutely rammed at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And we were super lucky. We just got in and some couple were just getting in their car to pull out. So we waited, a minute. They're out and we go in. When we came back to drive out, there was a massive queue. And there was this woman in front of me, literally right in front of my car, in a big Chelsea tractor. And she saw us get in, and her eyes lit up because she thought, like we did, we've lucked out here, we've got a space just as we've gone in. But of course, I can't get out because she's in front of me, and she can't reverse because the car behind her is too close, and he's got cars behind him, and so on. So I'm like, can you move so I can get out? Because the cars in front of her were moving, but she didn't want to move and give up the space. I said, well, I can't get out until you fuck off forward, and by which time that space is not yours. So she pulls forward, but edges over to the left. So I had to do a really sort of like wide turn to get out of this thing. As I've come out, the guy behind us tried to sneak in, and all bloody hell broke loose. And we're just sat there laughing. It was just hilarious. They're fighting over this spot. It's mental. And she got in there in the end, I think. She was quite pleased with herself. Crazy. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Oh, hurry up and die.
There's another one, and that does have some.
It's going to be an expensive week this week. I've just looked at what's coming out that I've pre-ordered. And it's all coming out this week.
Uh-oh.
I've got Lamb Lies Down on Broadway super deluxe box set that was about 170 quid.
Oh, blimey.
I've got
I mean,
Queen
yeah,
1
You're gonna hide the
Blu-ray.
band for that.
yeah.
I know, right? I've got
Well,
Queen
no,
1
absolutely. I
Blu-ray.
mean, I struggle with Lamb. It's probably the least played of the
Yeah.
Gabriel. Yeah, yeah. It never gelled in my head. It still hasn't gelled in my head, you know. I just need to sit. Actually, it's on the SD card in the van. I need to just put that on and play it endlessly and get the hang of it. But I've just never, just
Yeah.
haven't.
For me, I know for me, it's always Foxtrot and Selling England.
Mm.
Those two, I could listen to those two until my dying breath and not ever get bored of those.
Actually, mine is Selling England and
Yeah, yeah.
Trespass.
Oh, Trespass is good, yeah.
No, I just absolutely love Trespass for more than Foxtrot. Is Foxtrot the one with breakfast ready and
Supper's ready, yeah.
supper's ready?
Yeah, well, you know, it's a meal.
Well, that had to start somewhere, but yeah,
That's it.
yeah, supper's ready. Yeah, I'm just saying, yeah, it
Supper's
is
ready,
good,
get them out
but
by Friday.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but no, Trespass is the
Watch
one
them
for
scores.
me that's more favourable. That's all.
Yeah. No, I get that. Yeah. I mean, that, and I have like a, I never was a massive fan of Nursery Crime. I liked it, but I didn't like it
Yeah,
as much.
no, I think
But
I
then
struggle with that.
when Steve Howell passed, they played a couple of tracks, and they said that one of those was, I think it was the song that he and his wife, really loved, and I kind of found a new respect for it, but still Foxtrot
Yeah, have you
is
got the from
superb.
Genesis to Revelations
I've got it
first
digital.
album?
I never bought I've never bought a physical copy of it.
All right.
I bought the digital download. Um, I don't necessarily consider it to be canon. You know what I mean? I know it's their kind of first thing, but
Oh, I mean, I think it's great, but then again,
yeah,
about the same time, when I've got probably 3 or 4 Yes CDs here. I bought the first Yes CD or album rather, and that again was of its time and things. But do you know, for the Genesis one, for someone to write in a song "Ocean of Motion," just those three words
yeah,
just sums up a songwriter's ability to me in 3 words. I mean,
yeah,
Ian Jury always said he was a wordsmith. I mean,
yes, it was,
Gabriel's on the same planet with him.
yeah,
You know,
yeah,
writing oh, what's after cinema show? The one where they go through the Tesco and find fair and
yeah, yeah,
to sit down and list the
yeah.
UK supermarkets and then go
Well,
through them in a song and
if you
things
listen to
like
like Get
that.
'Em Out by Friday,
Yeah,
which is all about evicting people, and it goes
yeah,
into all those weird things. It is he does take the normal and make it completely
yeah,
weird,
yeah.
which is great. I
No,
love him.
he's yeah, and that's why I think I need to get back into Lamb to see what's in there. I recognise 1 or 2 tracks, if you like. If they played them on the radio, I'd recognise them. But other than that,
There's a
no.
guy on YouTube who does animated videos to Genesis songs, and
Okay.
he's done one for Supper's Ready,
Yeah.
and he's also done one. What was it for now? Blah, 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 blah. What was that? He's done and they're all like sort of hand drawn animated things, but they relate to the songs. And they're so clever. What did he do the other one for? I'll have to dig him out. But yeah, it's worth having a look.
Well, the other one, if you're of the sheet music reading fraternity,
No.
then the YouTuber called Electric Hob, and it's electric with a K and Hob, Electric Hob, and he has transcribed so many Genesis, some Vic Wakeman, some ELP, something else. There's dozens of Genesis on there, and he's transcribed it into piano mainly. There's a few synthy bits in there, but you know, he's just taken Tony Banks' work and put it down into, for those that can read music, you know, it's a goldmine, absolute. And then what he does is he plays the parts, the piano part or the synth part, but he's also got the stem of the vocal, so you can follow it as well. I follow him because I can sort of follow the music if you like, but I can't play it, obviously. Otherwise I'd be a damn sight further down my keyboard playing skills than I am, you know. But yeah, it's just really interesting. If you can read music, and even if you want to pick out just the top line, you can do it, sort of thing. So you could play along. I was looking at fourth of fifth of fourth, fifth, first of this morning, and just thinking, yeah, I could tackle a couple of bars of that. But
yeah, this guy is called Nathaniel Barlam. He's on YouTube, and he's done these all these illustrated versions of. He's done all of the Lamb album, all illustrated.
With you, Rob?
No,
Go on.
don't wanna.
You might tell us about who he used to work for.
Who's that then?
Oh, I can't remember.
Birdseye.
Something like that.
Yeah.
OnlyFans. Something like that.
What?
it's quite warm, Andrew. Yeah, I'm quite warm, hot myself. Yeah.
He invented the steam engine.
What?
Yeah.
Hey?
By all accounts. Hey, no, that's what donkeys eat.
Straw's cheaper.
I'll post his channel in the chat. Check this guy
How you doing,
out.
young man?
You'll like his stuff.
See if it, sorry, what?
How you doing?
It's got to do with you.
Fucking everything.
You're always asking me personal questions.
That's
I'm
to get
doing
my sex.
yeah, I'm doing okay.
Good man.
I'm doing all right. Lots of software. I'm doing a lot of betaing on some video stuff at the moment, which is just frying my brain a bit. But there we go.
That's always good for a laugh.
So subscribe to that one, Robbie.
Oh, that's why it's quiet. There we go. So how are we all?
Yeah.
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 Perpendicular, I suppose.
So what are you doing on this? Is this Mr. Winwood's?
Yeah.
How is it?
Well, its initial boot up has proven to be an eye opener. We have notes all over the shop, as it were. But I think I'm getting there with that.
It does the frog sound, all right.
Yep.
As long as they're roughly in the same neighbourhood, I'll be happy. That's closer, definitely closer. 20121, yeah. 1.02. Why is this risen? This has gone up in the air. What's going on there?
Yes.
184. 184. That's a bit iffy.
Saw Stevie Winwood and a band at Cooperative Festival one year. Didn't play one thing by Traffic or Spencer Davis, so I found it quite disappointing, really. Well, I just like his music from the 60s and maybe the 70s rather than what he did in the 80s, that's all.
Yeah, but his 80s stuff, I mean, was quite good. It wasn't
I mean,
bad.
yes, no, he had some, some really good albums and things like that. I just didn't like it, so let me see if I can swat this fly. Carry on.
I thought Valerie was always quite a good little tune.
Well, I thought it was okay. I thought
he released it, didn't he? Like 82 or something, and then had a hit with Higher Love a couple of years later, and then they re-released this new version of Valerie, which is more punchy and 80s.
Right, but that guy that had to re-record it because Winwood would not let him sample the Valerie.
Oh,
was played all over, played on History for 74,000 years.
Eric
And it was played on the radio.
Yeah.
Just saying, absolutely hate it. And I think that's possibly why I don't like the song. But well, I thought the songs were right by Winwood, but this thing that kept getting played on Kiss, and when he recorded it or re-recorded his version, of course, it got picked up by popular radio and things, and he just overdoes the Valerie. He overdoes the Valerie for me.
Yeah, it's just that bit all over. Repeat ad infinitum.
Yeah.
Which
it just made me laugh that Winwood wouldn't let him sample.
But you must have got a writing credit for it. Winwood must have made some cash from it.
No. Oh no, I don't doubt that. It's just the fact that yeah, he wouldn't get away with that at all. But it's just that he put his foot down and said, "No, you've got to go and find a singer to do that part." Well, at least that part, anyway. I don't know.
Is this dissipating? Is it 130?
What the fuck is going on here?
Come on, 1-2. Give me 127.
What have you been doing today, Andrew?
Masturbating furious.
Testing and getting ready to beta test a whole bunch of different things, video things that are taking things forward for Mr. and Mrs. Adobe and various others, and also doing a little bit of work on the on a plugin, an audio sound plugin, VST, just doing some preset authoring, which is proving really rather lovely. I haven't done that for ages, and it's nice. It's just really nice to actually get dug in and explore and come up with sounds that work, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
You've done sound design, haven't you, Keith?
No. I made one sound for the Juno, Alpha Juno 2, that I can lay claim to. That's my life's work on sound design.
But you design your own sounds as well, don't you? Whilst you're in your studio, you take some of the some of the instruments you have you not created your own sound sets?
No, honestly, no, because I end up buying something where there's a synth, the keyboard, a synth in a box, say, and I spend half my time listening to the presets. Yeah.
Yeah. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, and then again, I bought so much stuff last year that there isn't the time to. I mean, even with the modular stuff, when you think about how much modular's sitting up behind me when I'm upstairs, and there's at least another 3 large racks of stuff. That is more to me sound design, if you like. I know some modular you can't save it, but I mean,
Still crafting sound though, Keith.
no, absolutely. I mean that, this is what I'm thinking of doing, especially with those Behringer modules I bought, the two XMs, the SEM replicas. I think I could see a lot more fun in those. And I started wiring a couple up yesterday, but without connecting the keyboard or anything. There's still no sounds, but I think along those lines at the moment.
Are those the ones you bought 4 of them, or is it 2 of them?
There's 4.
4, that's right.
So on an invisible piece of paper, you could make an 8 voice, obviously, but if everyone just nags me about what's it to put them all together.
Oh, the polychaining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I haven't even thought about it, to be honest.
I'd just start with one of them and explore what one can do, because then they're identical. So just find out what one does. Play around with one to start with.
But this is what I was doing last night. I started just looking at the sockets, ins and outs, and just trying to picture, how some of the sound would change just by connecting up some of the ins and outs on one of them. So I'm getting there. So what's the day? Tuesday. So yeah, Tuesday. There's nothing particularly on the Tuesday night that I listen to. So I'll probably go upstairs and get that set up with the keyboards and things and start on that.
Yeah, it's the we are generally speaking acquisitive beasts, us synth heads. But there is the curse of having so much that you don't get a chance to focus in on any one thing, and it's kind of buying one thing. You just kind of want the time to focus on one thing at a time. And when you've got everything there and you've not tried any of it, you're kind of you can't. It's almost like freezing.
Yeah, in a way, up to a point. Robbie's got a good setup that I would like, because he can wander around the room to various keyboards and play them, if you like. Just that alone.
Don't encourage him, because he will play them.
No.
Watch out!
See, he was about to, and someone told him.
No, it's just the fact that, he's got a lot of keyboards set up on stands that should he take a fancy to one, he wants the sound of one or some presets or some sounds or for one, he can just go to it, switch it on, go to the mixer, play, away you go. That's all.
We'll use the plugin.
Sorry?
Yeah.
We'll use the plugin.
Plugin, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just that more freedom of being able to do that. Have more stuff on. I mean, Robbie doesn't. You've got some rack mount stuff, haven't you? But
yeah.
I've got probably a couple of good rows of rack mounts that I could get wired up and things like that. That's all. That's really where I'm heading for with my. I think I'm just heading for it more with my retirement, where I can be here 5 days a week or 7 days a week, and then go very poor, because I go very poor because I start adding up how much all the cables are going to cost that I haven't actually got.
That's all right. Kent's got all the cables. All the cables.
Yeah. The world shortage because of me.
Yeah. No.
I have to say, I'm really, having torn down my studio at work, and then bringing bits in and not wiring them up, or just having a couple wired up at a time, has been revelatory. I'm focusing. I'm just leaving one or two things on, and I just focus on those. And it's deep diving me into everything, which is, so I'm getting to know the instrument really well, and then I'll probably turn this off for a while, put it to one side, bring something else up, and start working with that. So I've just got one thing that's in front of me that I'm working on at a time. I'm finding that quite brilliant, actually. It's quite a cool thing to just focus on one thing at a time.
Yeah.
That and the fact I don't have a brain, that also helps. Yeah. It's a good thing. Haven't we got Cherry on this Friday?
Nope.
Is it the week after?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Cool. Have we got a guest this week?
No, the week
Nope.
after.
No one, I'm afraid.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
What the bloody hell?
Shit, right, gotta run.
You tell him, Siri.
Oh, bye, Robbie.
Breeze, okay.
Ah, I just spent entering with a W. Wintering. There we go.
That's when you go and enter.
So I've got to type these exactly.
Come back slowly.
There are some. I find it very odd entering codes to enable different things, different functions. As you're doing betaing, you have to enter codes and things, and I've always struggled with them not being grammatically correct.
Oh,
Yeah, I want to put spaces in and punctuation. Nope, you don't do that. You just type exactly what's there.
so they don't allow for dyslexic programming. Is that what you're saying?
No, they are. I think they are written by dyslexics. They don't
Right.
allow for anally obsessive control freaks. I think, and grammar Nazis.
Well, I've never ever tried programming, and I think the problem is because because programming's a language, isn't it?
Languages, yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. Yeah. And at school, I've tried about 3 different languages and never grasped one of them. So I don't know whether I've ever applied that to computer language, which is why I've never wanted to program. You know, and never even just be interested in trying to learn or anything like that. Whether it was just don't think my brain was built for it.
Well, you and me both then, because I don't really program at all. This is just entering codes to open up functionality which someone else has coded. My particular skill set is in understanding algorithmically how something might work, should work, and connecting between what I believe is technically possible and what the outcome is for the person using it at the end. So I kind of do that side of it. I come up with that. I'm pretty good at that, I have to say. But coding, no, that's for people with brains to do. I don't have one of them. So yeah, it's I understand what it is. I probably, if I gave it some time, could do it. But I'm already busy doing lots of other things, and you know, it's a bit like creating websites. I could probably do that as well, but you know, there's other people out there that are really, really good, focused just on that. And there's people, it's like having engineers or producers or whatever. I do all of those things in the studio for audio, but I like having other people in to do these things because they are specialists at what they do. I can play a bass line on a keyboard or even on a bass, but not very well. I can do it, get away with it. But if you bring someone in that knows it, they have a really clear understanding and have learned their instrument, and they bring their own particular style and sense to it, their own creativity. And I think it's probably the same with coding as well, much like with writing.
Yeah, in a way, in a way, it's sort of, for me, it's writing a piece of music and really needing someone to imagine it because their playing is infinitely better than mine. In some cases, it's if someone said to me, well, just sit down with a door and enter it note for note, but that would be just quite soul destroying in a way.
I used to do that. Fuck.
I've still got an old copy of Sibelius here.
Yeah.
So sorry.
Great piece of software.
No, it is, and these. Well, I'm just saying, I've still got a copy here. But I'd write these simple tunes in like a one-line tune sort of thing, and it was just dragging notes up onto the staves and things like that, trying to get, just in the basic way you could get your clefs on, and or your staves, your clefs, and you get your bars in the right place. You make sure your note lengths were right and things like that. I'm just saying, that to me, like, I would hate to work like that on a door because that's the only way that I could get a tune played. Yeah, I could get a tune played.
I think what's been fascinating for me is playing live from time to time. I've never been a good keyboard player. Never been. I'm not a great keyboard player by any stretch. Technically, I'm pretty rubbish. But I think, and I used to worry about that, so I used to get people to do things for me and bring in, really, really good piano players or whatever. But what I found is, I think I've got a style that is mine, and although I don't play as much or as technically fast or gifted or whatever as others, I have my own way of doing it, which is really good. I like it, and other people seem to like it because I do a lot of sound design around it. And then I bring in people to go over the top because they've got something. I've created an atmosphere or a something for them to play over. And every time I bring people in, particular people that I know and love and cherish, they always add something new to it. It makes me go, oh, yes.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't, I can play a bass or I can play a guitar, sort of. Bring in someone that knows their thing, and you just end up going, yes. Takes it in a direction you weren't expecting, and it's and a drummer particularly. I love working with drummers.
Yeah.
Love working with drummers.
Exactly. It's the just.
I suppose it's also funny because when I do things with people often where I will hear something, I will play a line, whatever it happens to be. Hang on. Right. So I'll play a line like that, nice sound, nice thing. But I can hear all this other stuff going on in my head that goes over the top, the ornamentation that makes it other than just a set of 3 chords. So it's I can hear bass lines, I can hear some rhythmic stuff going on, I can hear strings, all sorts of things. But and I think I often forget that I'm hearing not just what I'm playing, but everything that goes with it when I'm playing it. And I'm trying to explain to people, well, this is what I've got. Now, what I want you to do, and because they can't hear the rest of it, they don't know where the counterpoints are and the harmonies and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And you can either get really annoyed with it, or you can just go do what you do and see what they come up with, and often that sparks off something else as well or different. That's great. And
Yes.
I think playing live taught me a lot of that, because a friend asked me to play live for him. I think he thought I was a lot better as a keyboard player than I was. But 6 weeks, 8 weeks of rehearsals get your chops up. You learn to do things that you wouldn't otherwise have taught yourself. And it was brilliant. I loved doing that.
Yeah. No, I hear things as well in my head when I'm writing music. I hear, I particularly hear, out of an orchestra, I particularly hear strings.
Yeah.
I'm really not very good at woodwind or brass at all. Simple as that. I don't know. I've just got that ear that says that, that should be like cellos or cello and things like that. Yeah, bring the violins in there, go over the top and things like that. But then you see, every time my head thinks that, then the realisation of trying to get that recorded just goes down, sort of thing. And I know you've got to start somewhere, so you just rough out, say, a piano part, and then start playing over it. I don't know.
No, I get what you mean. The funny thing is, different sounds are more sympathetic to the dissonances you have with things, with what keys you're playing. So, for instance, if we were to take right, that's just a standard, on the piano. That's so that could be. But if I play the dissonant, it sounds all right. But on strings, that sounds amazing.
No, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. You just go through some chords. You get a chord progression on a piano, and it sounds good. You try and do it on maybe not strings, perhaps something else, and it just sounds wrong, totally wrong. That you sort of think it, and you can't make it work basically.
And that's also the case. So if we go back to this, that same thing, but with the synth sound I had originally. It starts sounding a bit crowded. I mean, it's nice enough. The difference is you can have the one thing played on a piano, which gives you the bass, the bass kind of, and then you have the strings on top of that, and they lend a different texture, which means that essentially with strings you can hit a lot of wrong notes you didn't intend to. But when you hear it with the original thing, you can end up with some gorgeously dissonant stuff that just works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is about string frequencies, but you're absolutely right. Yeah.
I was listening to a song by Nick Drake called Riverman.
I know that one. Yeah.
It's a brilliant song, and it's in 5/4. I mean, it sounds, when you hear it, first of all, it sounds deceptively simple, but it's just an acoustic guitar, some sound effects, and some strings playing over the top, some real strings. And some of the chord shapes in there, the dissonances, I was listening back to it to try and work it out so that I could do a backing track for my missus. She wants to sing it. And initially, it was kind of, what's going on here? And I was getting into all sorts of weird, instead of that becomes that's the chord, because that's determined also by the strings, but it could also be, or there's all sorts of different chords can go with the bass note there.
But just inverting a chord will give you a different outcome every time. Just inversions will give a different outcome if you're playing it against something else.
So I'm less nervous now, I think. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm less nervous now about making mistakes as I'm trying to find the chords I want to move and move between different things than I used to be. The only problem is remembering what they were. Because you can come up, any one night I'll come up with 5 or 6 however many dozen or so different gorgeous chord progressions or top lines.
Yeah.
And then the next day I can't remember exactly what they were, or I'm using a slightly different sound and they just don't work,
I do that all the time. When I go into work in the mornings and I drag a keyboard out for an hour and I sit and either, like you said, either try I make up a chord progression, or at the moment I'm trying to write a middle 8 or a bridge or whatever the bit in the middle is called. And some days I get something really good going and I cannot repeat it for the life. In 5 minutes I cannot repeat it for the life of me. And this is why people sit down with a tape recorder going as such all day, every day when they play, so that when you get that perfect line, you just rewind it and you just go, right, we'll snip that. And, there's another bit there that we can put with it. And you get what you want, isn't it? It's why people sit and record, just hit the record button.
Yeah, it is. And I'll often record onto one of these. I'll just hum or sing or whistle or whatever, the top line. And then just so I know what I'm putting down, I'll notate, I'll say, this is a 4/4 or a 4/2 or a 2/4 or whatever it is, or a 5/4, 7/8. And the downbeat is here and it's swung. There's a swing to it. So instead of it being but that, I'll say it's about, 60% swing. And it gives me, and the bass is picking out the tonic, blah, blah, blah. So I just get a sense then of what it was I was doing, and then I can come back and at least have a stab at trying to recreate it. It doesn't always work.
No.
But and even a really basic understanding of music annotation, which I'm not great with, notating music, but even that, it does give me a chance to just quickly write down, if I think of a horn part or something, I can at least quickly write something down and hope that I get close to it when I try to.
Well, this is it. At work, I everything's on headphones because my playing's so shit. I couldn't have the world's smallest speaker playing in case someone came in and heard what I was playing. So everything goes through headphones, and to record means normally I've got an 8-track mixer at work, just a little small Boss one. Got to drag that out, plug it in, get the audio out, and then I've got to stick a recorder. I've got a recorder.
Hang on, sorry, Ken. Are you who's got control of this? Because Peter wants to jump in.
No, okay.
There we go. Hi, Peter. Sorry about that. Didn't see the message in the doofer. You're muted, but that's fine. We don't like to hear from you anyway.
No, because Ben Andrew having a really twice you've muted.
How's that?
Is that Andrew was.
Oh God, I can hear you now.
A bit loud. Sorry about that.
No, it's not loud at all. I was making it.
You're just being pedantic. You're right.
Yeah.
Everyone good? Good.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
Keith and I were just talking about the vagaries of composition.
Yes, I was listening.
But what was I going to say, Andrew, is I also at work, well, even at home, but at work, will write out dots on a page to remember tunes, because I don't sort of the aggravation of trying to get a mixer and then a recorder and then just wire it all up and things is just a bit. I don't want to do that in the mornings, if you like. But I do write down dots of notes, and then I go back to them and I play them. Then I start putting stalks on the notes to know what length try and get it so that I know what length they are and things like that. And
That's where this kind of beastie or anything which is which allows you to loop to play, place it. This is the EZ1
Oh.
Play. Yeah. So,
All
but
right.
anything which lets you loop, if you've got, this is a bit heavy unless you're really determined. But I love it. But there's a load of things out there where you can just, if you've got something in mind, you can just quickly access a teeny tiny keyboard, put the ideas in, loop them so you've got them, get on with your day, and then they're there, captured, ready for you to use, preferably with some sort of MIDI out or some sort of SD file thing so that you can bring them into a DAW.
Yeah.
It's a good way of just note taking. You can kind of do the same with any of the music packages on this. You can get the Cubasis or whatever it is. I can't remember what it's called, or various other flavors are available. But it's having the keyboard to be able to, just a little tiny keyboard, and that's where these kinds of things with these built-in keyboards
Yeah.
are great. They're really, really good. How do you do that, Peter?
How do I do what?
How do you make notes of musical ideas on the go?
I bit like keeping a tape recorder going. Well, not necessarily, but the thing in Cubase, in Logic, keep it recording all the time, and I quite like using the onboard sequences on some of these workstations and bits and bobs just to keep them in the background.
But that's in your studio. That's in your studio. What about if you're out and about or you're doing
out and
something?
about, singing
He
to my
never
phone.
goes out and about.
Well, I do sometimes. When I'm allowed.
I want to hear Eurotrash thing from Super Booth. That's what I want to hear, Peter.
Yes. Plenty of that.
Yeah.
I used to ring the answer machine up and sing to that and then come back and think, what the hell's this? But, so you don't forget things, don't you?
Yeah. I suppose the answer is the more you do it, the more you've got another idea coming along in 5 minutes anyway. So,
Yeah, I don't quite go to bed with a tape recorder, but,
Being able to let go of stuff is as much of a gift as being able to come up with it in the first place.
Well, yeah, that's right. Very true.
Robbie, do you have any particular piece of gear that if you're ever not in that studio, you take with you to be able to annotate?
I'm like Keith. I write dots of notes, but only when I've got a cold.
Are they all B flat? Boo, boo.
No,
Thank you very much.
single to Dottingham, please.
There's an echo here somewhere.
There is. I don't know where it's coming from. Not here. Anyway, I used to take a whole bunch of stuff with me, like a little 25 key controller in my laptop, and that just got a pain in the arse.
Oh.
So, on occasion, I've taken. I generally always have my laptop with me, so I've got Reason on there, and I just use Reason.
Same here. Yeah.
Because for me, Reason is just that I'm so used to it, I can just come up with something really quickly, and if I think it needs more, then I just shove it into Logic or something. But Reason gives me everything I want. So, just talking of which, I've just updated it to the latest version, which.
Yeah, I've forgotten. I always forget Reason. I think that might be something to stick on my lappy.
It's still, I don't know why. Well, I do know why, but I don't understand why. Maybe I don't understand why some people still think of it as a toy-like thing. It's so fucking powerful and so easy to use. And I think people, maybe not so much now, but certainly back in the day, they just saw it as, it's just a fucking closed environment that nobody can. It's not now, you see. That's the thing. It's not. It's a full-on. You can use plugins. It does audio. It's got lots of great tools built in that come as standard.
And like you say, it's a great ideas machine, isn't it? You can just turn it on and
so
go.
quick. So quick. So that's always kind of been my main one. But I have tried over the years to use different things, like, you know, some of the Sonicware stuff, or what I did buy. I actually bought that bloody PMA5 all those years ago because I thought, oh, that would be a good thing to take around with me, and then it just turned out to be a fucking glorified arranger, and that's not the way I work.
Which app?
No, it's the Roland PMA5, the little touchscreen Filofaxy thingy that they did, and that was a load of bollocks. Yeah.
I used to use the Yamaha QY.
QY10.
QY20 or 22.
Right.
Something like that. But the trouble was I'd end up writing things down, but focusing intensely on one piece, you know, putting something together very, very metronomically, because that's kind of what you did. And then everything ended up sounding like the Yellow Jacket. It sounded like something from Jazz at Montreux. It was really precise and weird and, you know, metronomic. But at least it got it down.
Well, I've hummed into a phone all the way through the track, which I thought about, and then brought that into a WAV file into Logic, and then played on top of it. That's how I do it if I'm out and about. Yeah. I just got one of these. These quite good little gadgets for that sort of thing.
It is a good jazz gadget for that.
Yeah.
Especially if it's the multi-tracking, you can do the.
Oh yeah.
You can do the bass and the.
You can do the whole lot with your mouth. Go back.
Easy.
All right.
Yeah, GarageBand on iPhone. No. I've written some half decent things on that, and then just exported the MIDI into Logic, and it exports, because if you write using the instruments in GarageBand, it brings everything over. So it brings all the MIDI over and assigns all the instruments for you, and then you can just go straight into it in Logic. So I find that I always wanted Reason to come out with a version of Reason for a mobile device, so I could do exactly that. And every time they released something that was potentially that, it wasn't. They did, what was that thing they did? Had 4 sliders on it. Kosh will know. He'll my memory's shot to pieces. What the fuck? I mean, its synth engine was based on Europa. And then its drum machine was based on, so it was all kind of based on bits of Reason, but you couldn't export any data other than audio files. So you could come up with a loop and then just send that loop to Reason. Well, I want to mess around with it. I want to tinker with it.
A Sarah wife and all, or a Sarah.
Sarah. And then what they brought out, Reason, what do they call it? Reason Mobile or something? I don't know. And again, it was nowhere near what GarageBand does for Logic. So I gave up with it in the end and just used GarageBand.
I quite like Cubasis 3. I have to say that's because that's compatible as well with Cubase, and I can do stuff on the go with that. But it's having the controller for it, the keyboard or whatever. You can't, if you've got a tablet. I tend not to use tablets that much anymore, but it's something I know I should get back into. I'm just resisting. I don't know why I'm being so absolutely anal about it, but I'm still resisting the iPad thing. You know, I'd rather go Android, Galaxy or something. But yeah.
It probably makes sense if you've got Apple phone and MacBook and things like that. Just maybe.
Oh no, it does. It makes sense, and it's a great ecosystem, but ecosystem or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I've still got a Mac, an M1, 2 M1 Max, which I'm using as doorstops at the studio, because they just didn't do what I needed for the 3D rendering stuff I bought them for. I'm sure I should get them out.
That's the trouble, isn't it? It's like the Faro stuff I'm using. It's all PC based, and it's great. But I want it on a Mac Pro. I mean, it would mince it, but they just don't like the software for Mac, do they?
Talking of which, I need to have a conversation with you, Peter.
Okay, whenever. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm working with some people that have an offering that you might be interested in, but certainly your clients will be.
Oh, okay.
Really, really interesting.
Yeah, give us a buzz when you got a minute. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. So, yeah.
But yeah,
Go on.
No, I'm just saying, if I could transport everything from the PC over to the Mac with software that would run it, it would be fantastic because the Mac's I know, but you can't with Faro.
No, you can.
Well, you can run a Windows emulator in the Mac.
No. You run it on a PC. You run it on a PC. But I'll tell you all about it in a separate call because it's kind of... So I'll tell you all about it.
Okay.
And you can have as much CPU and as many GPUs as you like.
Okay.
And storage.
Okay,
and it runs on whatever you happen to have in front of you. Thin client or Mac or PC or Linux or whatever.
So you're sort of cloud-based, is it? Maybe.
Yes. Very interesting.
So using somebody else's processing power. That sounds a better idea, doesn't it?
It's a really... I still keep copies of everything locally, but yes, it is. It works. It means I can expand. If I need to suddenly bring in a team and I want to give them all access to the same assets, the same stuff, and the same processing power to do the different bits, or different processing power, depending on whether they're doing graphics, 3D, video, audio, whatever, I can do that and I can instance them up. I can instance up a team in 5 minutes and have them working on stuff. Wow. And then take them back out. And I only pay for the bits that, for as much CPU and, for however many compute cycles I'm using.
Interesting.
It's a very, very, very clever offering. Very clever.
Tap you up on that then. Have a chat.
Yeah.
Defo.
Specifically, I've got to have chats with some of the water companies.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll give you a call separately.
Yeah. Keithy boy, you there? Talk.
Yes, I'm now. No, I'm not muted. Yeah.
Our friend John Simpson has contacted. He was the one that turned me on to those catering shelves.
Oh yes.
And he pinged me a little while back and said he's discovered several compatible options that you can mix and match, and he's built several different versions of those shelves to fit in different spaces.
Yeah.
And he wants me to pass on his contact details to you. So if I do that, and then maybe he can help you configure some different options there.
Could you drop me the same? Because I'm going to be tearing this all apart to do exactly that.
If John doesn't mind, I'll happily. Yeah, I'm sure you won't.
But also, we send you some love because love will tear us apart as well. Apparently, yeah.
They are good though. Those shelves are very good.
They are.
Anyway, how come you know the famous political newscaster and journalist?
And who knew he was into synths?
Yeah.
It's strange, isn't it?
Or storage trays.
Or storage trays,
Yeah.
Indeed.
Is that with a Z? Trays?
Maybe. I'll ask my dog. Millie.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Willie? I don't know, Willie? Or won't he?
Millie.
Oh, Millie. I thought you said Willie.
Yeah. Millie.
One Track Mind. It was Figure. That was the app that I was thinking of. Thank you, Kosh.
Figure.
Indeed. I think they did actually run... They did two... They did Figure and then Take. Take was a vocal capture thing, so you could hum stuff into it, and then... But Figure was this thing. So you had these things like that, and you would then just... So...
Oh right,
Oh,
And
that
you
is
can make
clever.
these little loops, and it was fun for about 10 minutes, and then you just got bored of it. But the only problem was you could only export audio clips, and I wanted the MIDI data. And then they did Reason Compact. That was the one I was thinking of. Reason Compact.
What's that app that you can hum into and it will convert it to MIDI data?
oh yeah.
Did Take? I'm not sure if Take did that or not.
It's quite good. It's only sort of mono, but it does work. Can't think what I used. It was something. It was phone based, I think.
Doubler vocal synth.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
Doubler Studio, Doubler. Yeah, they've got the mic. They've got the whole. Yeah. Yeah. Voice to MIDI conversion.
Yeah.
Nice new updates for Apple OS's announced yesterday.
Were there?
Everything's going to a uniform number, so it'll be iOS 26, macOS 26, iPad OS. So it'll all be the year ahead of the one that's released. Tahoe looks really nice, actually. Liquid Glass on iOS looks very nice. Yeah, and they are pretty much abandoning all Intel-based Macs as far as OS updates are concerned. That's it.
Well, that they've been saying that we're going to do that since 2020, 21.
Yeah, so they've slowly done it. So now that's it. This is Tahoe will be, I think, the first silicon only. Say from maybe I think there was a MacBook Pro, the 4th Thunderbolt version of MacBook Pro of 2020. I think it's the only one they're going to support. I dug out my old iMac, 27-inch iMac, that I'm hoping to do that. I always forget what it's called now. Basically, it allows you to install the latest Mac OS on.
Yeah, I was going to try that. Matt's done that, hasn't he? I think.
Matt does it, and it seems to do quite well. So I thought, well, I'll fire it up, make sure there's nothing on there that I want to keep, and then it takes quite a while to do, because you have to leave it running like overnight. But open source legacy patcher. Thank you very much.
That's
Mr.
right.
Evans.
Yeah.
But if it extends the life of a machine for a few more years, I'll give it to my boy. He can use that. And then I'll take his MacBook and I'll try and do it on his MacBook as well. But I think maybe next year, I don't know. How long have I had this Mac Studio? I might do an upgrade next year. If I can. Or I might just upgrade the MacBook Pro. Let me see how it goes. Oh, fucking hell. Alright, what's going on here? Yay! Oh, sorry. Something I've been working on, or working with, has now finally got a release date. Yay!
I mean, you can talk about it then.
I can't talk about it yet. But yeah, in a couple of weeks. What are we, 10? Yeah, 2 weeks.
1. 10 members.
Oh, that's super cool. See how many of my patches made the cut. supposed to be doing some writing tonight, but I think I'd like to spend most of it playing with this thing.
I'm not getting. Now what? Right, gotta go. Speak to you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Oh, he's gone. Well, this isn't getting any of this other stuff tested, so I'm going to go and make some more presets and test out some video software. I will see you shortly.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Keith. Great talk, mate.
Right. Let's see if this does anything. You bastard, you would fall through, wouldn't you? Arse monkey, where'd you go? Come in.
That's one.
Okay. Ah, it's better. It's back. Hello, dear.
Two.
Sounds better than this one.
Three.
And three.
Four.
Oh, yeah, we would. Three. 4. Fucking out, really? What are they doing up there?
Well, 5 of my patches made the top set, so that's good.
Yeah, that is good.
And then the rest are all.
Can you tell us the patch names, or would that give it away?
Probably best not to.
Okay. Have you got anything called Kent or Spong or maybe?
I I'm sure I did put something in there. I wonder if I can search by author. Here we go. Search by author.
Cool. Lovely. Thank you, darling.
Oh wow! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I supplied 20 patches. 19 made it. Not bad. This is one of my favourites. Guess what I call that one?
I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm hearing.
Cancellation on, Rob.
Oh, of course I have. Stupid
Sam, I
ones.
listened to your Kent. It was a bit difficult.
Have a guess what I call that one. Inspired by...
Crisis in China.
Close, but not that close.
China crisis.
I called that one Tomita. With a long R. I thought that was kind of...
Yeah.
But I'm so chuffed with that. I think that's the most patches I've had in one instrument. You're going to like this instrument. You really are. This is
Keyboard?
so cool. That's a piece of software.
Okay. Was it completely fresh then, or?
It's complete. It's not a model of anything. This is a brand new original synthesizer.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so chuffed. Right, we've got 2 weeks to play with that one.
Tease.
Well, I couldn't believe it. They approached me and said, "Would you make some presets for this thing?" And I was like, "Me?" Because
really, all 5 of you?
I'm not known for that sort of thing. So I was very surprised, and they said, "We'll pay you." Hey.
Oh, very surprised then.
Then I was very surprised, and yeah. And then I was struck with an enormous sense of imposter syndrome because knowing people because I always see that Bill Cosby. Yeah, the wonderful things he does. No, I just thought, why would anybody choose me to do some when you've got these people? And I wasn't going to complain.
Maybe your name stands for something. Thought about that?
Yeah. What Charlie? Charlie says.
Yeah.
Noah. Oh no, we can't. Well, no, I call Noah because he can't fucking hear me. And look at Lily.
You right there?
Have you got sausages?
No, it's tuna.
Oh right. Oh fuck you then, he says. I'm off. Oh, he's trying another angle. Pincer movement. It's the husky pincer.
Pincer movement, that's it.
Yeah.
Right. The thing is, you mind, if I give you a piece of this, the others will go absolutely back. No, they will go that shit. You know they will. I don't care. If I give you a piece of this, I have to give a piece of all the others. Whoa! Well, my hands are tied. Oh, for God's sake. Here. Here. Okay?
And that's why they keep coming back, Kent.
I know. I was always a sucker for her. There you go. There you go. There you go. You couldn't have taken that more delicately if you tried. I just see this pair of ears doing this, just over the top of the contract. I haven't forgotten you, little granny. There you go.
It's like that pick. It's like pick me, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Pick
yeah.
me, pick me, pick me. Mm.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. You've had the bit. No. Why can't you be this lively the rest of the fucking time?
Oh, we don't get begging in our house, Kent.
You're not.
No, we've taught them to go away, really, leave us alone. Because we eat on the settees and things.
Well, fortunately for you, you don't have a Fiona living in your house.
Mm-hmm.
Do we?
I'm just saying that, you know, the only dog that gets spoiled was the old one,
Yeah.
who generally gets lick my dinner plate, and everyone else is told to go away and leave her alone because that's one of her joys in her life, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but yeah.
That with old Noah.
Mm.
Being the oldest and the most frail, get that little bit extra.
Mm. You know, I couldn't even go down to a cupboard and get a dog treat out. And the missus only buys dog treats when she goes to dog shows. So, you know, I'm just saying, we just don't have...
No, Fiona bought these piecing blankets and she has them 3 packets come in every month.
Yeah.
And they have 1 in the morning each, which in itself is quite a fiasco. Because it turned this one into my alarm clock. Dad, time for my treat.
Yeah.
Slave to you lot, aren't we? Eh? Good girl, though. Well, look. We'll have a bit of crust each, you know. Did you hear a Noah in the background? Okay. Very delicate, Lily. Oh, thank dog. There you go, Shorty.
Where's Nelly?
She's
there, but it's all right. Yeah, no, she's there, and
back and just wait.
Yeah, that's all right. It's been on the iPad, you know, whether you can see her or not. I can't see her on the iPad, that's all.
Is it because she is black? Or brown?
No, Nelly's brown, not blick.
Wait.
Poor little Noah. Look at him. I can't see. I can't.
Pick me.
Yeah. For someone with shitty legs, Noah, you don't half bounce around a lot.
Don't you, Joe?
Yeah.
He's a little hopper, that one. And yeah, you encourage it. But a lot of this came about because
You're a soft touch.
because of Charlie, because he was so subdued.
Mm.
And you go to stroking and stuff like that, and he's literally whimpering power, where that fucker that used to have him in the beginning used to beat the shit out of him. And we tried everything to get him to come out of his shell a bit and be a bit more relaxed around us and everybody else. And there's a lot of spoiling going on, wasn't there? To get you to come out of your shell. And in doing so, we had kind of spoiled everybody else, didn't we? And the next thing we know, yeah, we got you lot. Wait a minute.
Herself.
All gone. All gone. They're all picked off now. Yep, dinner's over. Bye-bye. Charlie's gone. You sit there anyway. You were here, we were tired sitting there. Right. Yep, bye-bye. See ya. Well, you don't take the hint, do you? All gone. All gone. No more. Minute. Come on. Give me that wonky leg. Oh, there you go. Oh. There you go. Come here. Yeah, sit on the bed there. There you go. Right. Can't remember what we're doing now. Hello? You going to lay down there? Okay. Oh, fair dues. Yeah. Still got bloody hair coming out of you. Taking Siri's place, I don't know how that's going to go down. She might oust you when she comes back. Right, well, this SH board won't stabilise, which is not a good sign. That's these things make bloody fastball on them.
Blimey, is that time?
Come round, go round. Yeah. I know. Come over here. Come over here. Come over here. You're asking for this. Come on in. You sit down there. God, Dad tries to figure out what's to be stabilised on his SH board. Come on, sit down. Sit down. No, sit. Stay. Stay.
Blimey, it's like Barbara Woodhouse reincarnated, isn't it?
And sit up. There you go. Told you it works. Don't tell me you started eating Noah now. You're not playing that game now, are you? Yeah, smells. Right. Yeah, there is no more, mate. It's all gone. Right, now what is making these two voices jump? On the CV says that they are not jumping.
Every time you do that, I think, oh, he's dropped one again.
I know. That tuner worked well. Whatever happened to that fart box you had, Kent, that you had upstairs?
On the stream deck.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Just say. You never seem to suffer from them anymore, that's all.
I'm trying to remember where the hell that went.
We just put that CS80 upstairs, you'd be alright.
Yeah, do the same thing.
Yeah.
Or just take a piss in the one that's upstairs and get it to do it then. The voice cards themselves can't be out that much if they don't actually have that much tolerance on them. So this board is all over the fucking place. Every time you turn it on, it's a completely different reading. And except that when you test it, it appears stable. I never see it change. Meds. Right, back there, Noah. Where's the thing here? Let's adjust it again. 0.125. There you go. There's 1.12. Oh, shit. 1, 2.
There we go. That's the day job done for the day.
Really? Some of them seem to have white noise mixed in with them, even though there's no white noise selected. Huh?
Sounds like Scooby-Doo. Oh. Jesus, keeps catching.
See. Really. From the top. Right, voice 1. What? What? What are you doing? What? Do you want to go? You think Mum had some sandwiches as well? Do you want to go and try your luck? Go on now. Let's have a look at the cards themselves. That's not happy. No, that ain't we'll look at voice code 1 here.
Apart from the obvious Mr. Unwin, is there anybody that uses Steinberg Nuendo?
Not I can think of.
No.
Off the top of my head.
Just getting an update. It's getting an update. I must try and pick up those Streetly tapes as well, the London tapes for M-Tron.
Oh, mate.
What's the matter?
The free upgrade.
What?
There was a free upgrade for CS80 only in 77, where they could get all of the temperature rated VCOs replaced with the newer version 2, which was stable and didn't require a diode heat pasted to the top of the IC. He never had it done. These are running the really, really, really early first VCOs that gave the CS80 a bad name in terms of tuning.
So the solution is?
Oh, I have to tune it in such a way that I can bypass the heat compensation. So each voice needs to have a small modification made to it.
Yeah, good. Can you not do the update?
No,
yourself?
you can't get those VCOs.
Right.
Those old VCOs are 50 years old. Good luck, kind of thing.
Right.
And at best, they're going to cost about, what, 300 quid each? Get one. Fucking hell. Oh, well.
Ho hum.
Ho hum, sense try us and all that, but it might
Indeed.
explain why some of the tuning is all over the place.
Well, on that note, my tummy says it's time for tea.
Well, funny enough, on that note, I don't feel like working on it anymore today.
Don't blame you.
On that note,
well, we got it making noise.
Yes.
What I was going to do today.
Well, there you go. It's an improvement.
I was foolishly thinking I might have it all calibrated and done and ready to rock and roll today, which means I could get onto that Mustang door tomorrow.
Mm.
What would it be? Deliciously warm and sunny, apparently. But maybe not.
Mm.
Oh. Arse monkey. I don't know if I got all the parts in stock that I need to do the conversion. I must have.
Right.
Which means I've underquoted for the job as well.
Oh, God.
Fuck. Oh, well.
Right, I will catch you around at some point.
I'll be off
someplace.
as well. Yeah, I'll be off as
Right,
well.
darling.
It's Mrs. will be home soon, and Kent's having a nightmare. So
Yeah, I'm going to have a small psychotic episode now. Over a nice warm cup of coffee.
Indeed. All right, boys.
okay, yeah,
See you
bye.
later.
All right. I'll see you all.
Bye-bye.
Am I returning to this again tomorrow, Siri, or what? Do you reckon? I'll see how tomorrow unfolds. You never know. Might work out. Right. What time is it? Oh, it's nearly 6 o'clock. Oh, Christ. I started at 7 o'clock this morning. Enough already. Yeah? Agreed. All right, guys. I will catch you later. Stay safe and healthy and all those bits that go with that. Do you wrong.